There's two or three of them.
There you go.
Oh, boy. Hey, Dickie. Good evening, and welcome to the regularly scheduled Zoning Board of Appeals meeting at Plymouth Town Hall, Plymouth, Massachusetts. This is America's hometown. And tonight we have a very, very busy schedule. I'm going to give the room a minute or two to get all the rest of the chairs put together and everything, and then we're going to start out with case number 4196, Briggs Halfway Pond Realty Trust at 39 Gallows Pond Road. Is everybody all set? Okay, I will ask the clerk to read the advertisement into the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Case number 4196, the Plymouth Zoning Board of Appeals on the zoning bylaw will hold a public hearing in the Great Hall, Town Hall, 26 Court Street, Plymouth, Mass. On Monday, January 5th, 2026 at 6 p.m. to hear the petition of Briggs Halfway Pond Realty Trust requesting a special permit required per section 2039C to relocate, alter, and expand a pre-existing non-conforming dwelling on a lot with more than one principal residential building on the property of 39 Gallows Pond Road, shown as parcel 10900003800 of the assessor's maps dated January 1, 2024 in an RR zone. The petitioner or his or her representative or any other person desiring to be heard on this request should appear at the time and place designated.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. Seated on this case will be Mr. Leary, Mr. O'Reilly, Mr. Conroy, Mr. Wallace, and myself. Who will be presenting? Thank you. Is the green light on?
It is now.
Okay. Just for the record, because this is being recorded, would you please?
My name is Sean Harris. I'm with 16 On Center.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Good evening. The property at 39 Gallows Pond is a 1.94 acre property. It has two dwellings on it. They're known as the cottage and the barn. It's in a rural residential zone. The project we're proposing is to renovate the existing cottage and construct an addition. We're requesting relief because there are two dwellings on this lot requiring a special permit. This property is one of a group of properties that are owned by the same family and have been for 125 years. They've been passed down through generations, and this particular parcel was divided off from the site of one of the original homes, 43 Gallows Pond. The cottage is the project that we're proposing here. It was originally constructed for the caretaker of the property, and the barn housed horses. The family grew, and in 1951, a permit was issued by the town of Plymouth to make alterations to the barn to form a dwelling. That's how two dwellings came to be on this particular parcel. The cottage currently sits on rotting wooden piles. In fact, one corner has sunk over 8 inches. And what we'd like to do is to lift the existing structure so that new helical piles can be placed underneath the structure and bring it back down. And because of the siting of...
Folks, this is being recorded, and it's very hard for the audio system to pick up what he's saying if there's a lot of background noise. So please, thank you. Go ahead.
Sure. As I was saying, one corner of the house is sunk over 8 inches, and what we're looking to do is place helical piles underneath the building. In order to do that, we've got to lift the building up, and we're trying to utilize that as an opportunity to better site the building. It's on a precipice, sort of height of land, and the grade drops off significantly in each direction. The helical piles are being used to try to mitigate the amount of work that we're doing on this site. It's a very sensitive piece of property. It's something that is really important to this family. We're also looking to add on to the building, increasing the square footage from 1,142 square feet to 1,526. The addition is proposed outside of the setbacks and furthest away from the pond. So we're trying to keep in mind the nature of the site, the distance from the existing pond, and allow this family to continue to gather for years to come in a home that meets their current needs and current building standards. We've received a number of memos from all of the different boards in town. There are a couple of items that still need some attention. Specifically, Conservation Commission made some notes, and just to kind of give you folks an update on that, we brought on Brad Holmes from Environmental Consulting Restoration to delineate the inland bank and the wetland, and that's now being updated by the surveyor and then the engineer, and that would be submitted prior to permit should the board grant permission for us to continue.
Isn't mine.
Hmm.
Correct. All set?
Yes.
Any
Okay,
preliminary
so-
questions from the board?
Okay, so you just mentioned one of the things that I have an issue with is the determination on the wetlands, right? Because I'm looking at what we received and the 100-foot buffer, and it doesn't make sense because it's still in the bank, the inland bank. So I'm looking to continue this case for you, one, to go there. Board of Health had a concern. They have to look at the plans, so I'd like to have them, and also, well, you said you're gonna get a engineer's stamp on a delineation plan. We need that, because whatever we pass goes to the registry of deeds. So to be truthful with you, it's not ready, in my opinion. It's up to the board, but I think we need to continue it.
Any other?
Yeah, I'll echo the same concerns that Michael had based on the comments that we got from the engineering department. There's still 4 or 5 issues that we'd like to see addressed. Thanks.
Any others? Okay. Thank you. Anybody else?
Could I ask a question?
Yes.
Would it be possible to grant permission based on certain contingencies, such as meeting the requirements of Conservation Commission and that delineation being outlined?
Yeah, since I made the motion, it is, first of all, the plan's gonna change. And no matter what, whether you go to conservation and they let the addition have the foundation, or it might be on helicoils, then that might change. The delineation, to me, doesn't look right now. I think that's gonna change. So again, I would like to see, what we want is a full set of plans before we make a decision, because we make a decision, that goes to the registry of deeds, so we do need a completed plan.
So
Go ahead.
what usually happens, and I don't know why this got out of
Cycle.
sync, is when you go through a permit like this and it's denied by the building department, it's denied for a couple of reasons. And then you go and you resolve those reasons. Conservation, you go to the Board of Health, you go to the different places that have an issue with this and resolve them, because we're the last stop. So it puts us in a very, very bad position to be making a decision before we have all of the information, because this is going to now be opened up to public comment. And what about if some of the public wants the information also? So we really can't just grant you the permit and say, okay, go and do all of these other things and then come back to us, because it puts us in a bad position. You now have a permit in your hand, and we have no control over it. And so for that reason, the steps are kind of set so that you do the preliminary stuff and we're the last stop. Now, what we can do, so that it doesn't cost you any more filing fees or any of that stuff, is continue this hearing until we get all of the information, and then it's just a pretty simple cut and dry thing. But I'm not willing to sign anything that I don't understand or have the full information. There's quite a confusion on the 100-foot buffer zone, okay? Until that's cleared up, because what we sign goes on your deed and goes up to the court, and then someday, and we run into this a lot. Some days that property changes hands and somebody wants to do something else, and they look at the deed, and we've got a lawyer sitting right here that looks at every deed. He's looked at yours, I guarantee you.
Oh, certainly.
And, yes, I will, in a minute, Ed. What happens is if that all information is there, then it's a real problem for the next person, or even you, at a closing or something like that. So we're trying to stop all that right here.
I fully understand it. Forgive me if I've taken this out of order. We actually only applied for a zoning permit and didn't apply for a building permit knowing that the zoning would need to sign off before we even tried. And so that perhaps is what took it out of order. If we needed to present to Concom before you folks, my mistake. And we'll make sure that that's cleared up before.
I understand. Go ahead, Ed.
So the health department says that they're not going to approve the petition. So there's no way you're going to get our approval.
They didn't say,
The last
they didn't
sentence.
say they're not gonna approve it. She said she can't approve it at this time because she doesn't know the bedroom count, because, and that's one of the things that.
See,
So just reading the last sentence,
Oh.
let me finish here. Public health would not approve an addition at this time.
Right.
That one sentence is going to sink you. So if I was in your shoes, I'd say, okay with the continuance, I'd move on,
Oh, yeah, okay.
because we're not going to approve it.
Certainly. I must have missed that memo. I actually spoke with the Board of Health before even applying for the zoning. So I'll have to ask for the continuance and we'll try it again.
Sorry about that, Ed. Sorry about that, Ed. So I'm gonna make a motion.
we open it to public comment first. If you're all set for a minute, I'm going to open this to public comment, see if anybody in the audience wants to speak about this petition, and then we'll come back to you. Okay?
Certainly.
Thank you. Is there anybody that wants to speak in favor or in opposition of this petition? You have to come to the microphone, ma'am, and identify yourself if you would, please.
Just wanted to say, I live in the town and I live very close.
Excuse me, ma'am, please identify yourself. It's being recorded
Okay,
and they
I
want to
don't
know
mind.
who you are.
My name is Charla. Charla,
Okay.
yeah, Charla. And I live right near there, near the rail trail in North Plymouth. And what do you,
We're not in, on.
oh, you're not talking
we're
about
not
that?
on that.
Because that's the one I got. It says
That-
January 5th.
That's
Oh,
coming up
okay.
later.
So come back later, or can I
Yes,
say it now?
Yes,
Don't talk now?
not right now.
Okay, sorry.
Is there anyone else that wants to speak in favor or opposition of case number 4196 Briggs Halfway Pond Realty Trust, 39 Gallow Pond Road? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the petitioner. There's been a motion made to continue this so that you can go and get all of the information and come back to us. And I will tell you, it's a pretty cut and dry thing once we have all of that. It's nothing to be afraid of. Okay? So,
I gotta be.
go ahead, make the motion and.
Okay, I'll motion, we continue case number 4196 till, do you want to determine it now?
I have January 26th, February 2nd, or 9th.
January 26th should be sufficient.
Okay, when is it, January 26th? Yeah. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Leary and a second by Mr. O'Reilly to continue this case to January 26, 2026 at 6 p.m. for the information that we asked for, which is, first, we want that delineation from the Conservation Commission, and also Karen Kean from Board of Health has to be satisfied that the bedroom count and your septic system match up all right. And you'll be all set,
Excellent.
okay? Yes, you have to have a signed engineer's print.
Yes, they're both underway. The wetlands have been marked. The memo is made. Things are in motion.
Okay, just so you know what you need.
I appreciate that.
Very good. All those in favor? It is a unanimous vote. We will see you on January the 26th. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, for the lady that just spoke and the rest of you, we are now going to go to case. Case 4184 and case 4183, Hedge Road and Sandia Drive, 40B Pulte. Who will be speaking? Before we get going, I know you have a presentation here.
Yes.
What needs to happen is we can't get these 3 hours or a day or whatever before in a format like this. We need the information so that in at least 7 days in advance, so we can sit and go through the whole thing and study it. We're appointed people part-time. You're a big corporation and can do this. So this can never happen again. That just is not a good presentation. Things are not progressing the way we need to have them progress. There's been complaints by every member on the board for turning something like this in when we need actual material that we can study. So what we need to have happen now is at the next meeting, by the time the next meeting comes 7 days before that next meeting, we need all of the information for this case. Because it's very hard to take something like you gave us just now, and this presentation slideshow that you gave us right now, and when we want to refer to other parts of this petition, it makes no sense to both the audience. It makes no sense in how we have to study things, because as you know, some of this information, part of the information that we have for one particular part of this bleeds over into the others, and a slideshow doesn't take care of that, doesn't present the information that we need. So please, be prepared to answer any of the questions that we have as a board on this petition for both Sandia and the other. No matter what, we need to be able to ask all kinds of questions, not just something about a slideshow. Thank you.
Understood, and I appreciate that, Chair. And so Essex Petrie with Pulte Homes of New England. And really tonight, what we're here to do is present an update. We had asked for a continuance on the December 15th. I just want to note, I do appreciate the continued collaboration from.
Excuse me.
And this is an open meeting law violation because there's people in the hallway who can't come in and participate.
Speak to the building inspector.
All right, I'll call the fire department right now because the room's over capacity. Who's this person? A member of the public.
Excuse me, folks.
Neither does he.
Go right ahead.
Chair and members of the board, again, just to acknowledge your comment in the beginning, completely recognize that. Part of what we're trying to do tonight is provide you with an update along. If you are familiar with the comments that we have received from Rick Bossy, the DPW, as well as Apex Engineering, it was a pretty detailed full list. So we are in the process of addressing that, and that was why that we had continued the meeting on the 15th. We had received those comments just prior to that. We are in the process of responding to it. For the next meeting that we're here, we will have that list and all those comments completely responded to. Additionally, for tonight, we wanted to, as had been requested at previous meetings, provide you with an update on the natural resources of the project, recognizing that we are going in front of the Concom for an informational session next week, but in coordination with the board, we want to ask our wetland scientist to come here to present your board with an update tonight.
That's his fault, not mine. Excuse me, we're trying to iron out a little situation here. Sure you don't want to take over, Dickie? Bring him in. Fine. Ladies and gentlemen, there seems to be an issue about the capacity of the room. The building inspector does not know what the actual capacity of the room is, but the people out in the hall. All right, start counting, Jason.
I'm not concerned at this moment for public safety, but I would ask that all individuals that want to come in the room and participate, clear the exit areas, maintain the exit areas. There's certainly standing room on the other side of the room in order to participate in the meeting.
You cannot jeopardize the public safety by having a public hearing in a room that's over capacity. Want me to call the fire department? You have to continue.
If you would like to participate in the meeting at this time, I don't consider anything to be unsafe as long as those exit doors are maintained open. At this time, Mrs. Sheehan, you are standing in the exit door. Either stand in the open space in the room or remove yourself from the exit. You are creating an unsafe condition yourself.
How many people are in the room, Mr. Silva?
Boy, oh boy.
For those people out in the hallway, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seats up front here. Are there people that are here for a hearing other than Pulte? I'm not talking to you at this time, Ms. Sheehan. I'm offering seats up front for the people who are in the hallway to answer the concern of the person who's blocking the exit way. Please come up front.
Now, may we continue?
It's like we're moving furniture.
Please come in the room.
Please come up front. We have seats in the front, and we're trying to make sure that the exits are not blocked. So please, if you stand in
Please
the
come
back,
up.
please come forward.
There are 10 seats up here in front of us.
There's more than that.
But yeah, there's more than that. There's no need of anybody standing up. You can come sit down and enjoy the rest of the evening. Now, we are going to continue this hearing. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
No problem at all. Thank you. So as I was saying, during this time, we have been coordinating with various town officials, as well as key stakeholders. Apologies. So as I was saying, in the past month or so since we were last here, we've been coordinating with various town officials as well as other key stakeholders to address some of the concerns that we've heard, as well as review the comments that we received, particularly working with the town engineer on his comments, as well as the peer review engineer, Apex Engineering, and Pete is going to be going into more detail talking about that later. Additionally, we met with the fire department and the water department to address their concerns and their comment letter. We reviewed the fire department comments, and we have successfully responded to all of their comments, and we have a full comment letter that we were coordinated with the chief and the deputy chief December 10th at our meeting, and that will be filed in the OpenGov portal as well. And then we are currently finishing up the response to comment letter, which again, we will provide to you well in advance of the meeting that we want to walk through in detail with that. And I think that we can confidently say that we've addressed the large majority. We have one outstanding item that we are still working on, and that primarily is the driveway access to Building 2 off of Prince Street. If you remember, our original proposal had a driveway access coming onto Prince Street. We heard concerns from the neighbor across the street with potential for headlight pollution. Our second option we proposed had the driveway coming off of the end of Prince Street. Based on comments that we've heard from the town engineer, as well as additional coordination with the neighbor across the street, we're realizing that might not be the best option either. So we are working on designing an option 3, which is basically having the driveway come up in between the two homes across the street, but where the driveway would access would be in between, so the headlights would not hit on either of those houses. So being that this coordination has been ongoing over the past week or two, we are finalizing the engineering on that, that design and that concept right now. As I mentioned, Pete is going to go through in more detail on the comments that we received from both the town engineer as well as the Apex Engineering. But first, as we discussed at the last meeting, we wanted to invite Mark Manganello from LEC Environmental to talk through the natural resources on the site.
Thank you. Again, I'm Mark Manganello with LEC Environmental Consultants, based here in Plymouth, where I've been working for over 20 years, conducting natural resource assessments and environmental permitting. As I'm sure the board knows, this project requires review by the Plymouth Conservation Commission. That review will proceed under the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act regulations. I'm going to discuss that process. Projects require review by the Plymouth Conservation Commission under the Wetlands Protection Act when they involve construction activities in so-called areas subject to protection. These areas include wetland resource areas and the 100-foot buffer zone that extends from wetland resource areas. Examples of wetland resource areas which occur on this property are bordering vegetated wetlands, there's banked, intermittent, and perennial streams, there's riverfront area associated with a perennial stream, there's land underwater, and the 100-year floodplain as determined by FEMA is also present on a portion of the property. One of the first steps in planning a development like this is for the developer to hire a firm like LEC. We come to the property, we evaluate the property, determine what wetland resource areas are present on the property, delineate the boundaries of those resource areas, and then a land surveyor comes, survey locates our wetland flags, and creates an existing conditions plan that shows the wetland resource areas and the buffer zones. That's the foundation for planning the development. The next step in that process is taking that existing conditions plan to the Conservation Commission to allow them to review our opinion on what the wetland resource area boundaries are. In 2022, we started that process. It's called an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation. It's a state form. It's submitted with the existing conditions plan, along with descriptions of the resource areas from me. Conservation Commission holds public hearings, and they review those boundaries. They hired a peer reviewer to review those boundaries and ultimately approve the boundaries that are shown on the development plans before this board. So that process is complete. The boundaries have been reviewed, approved, the buffer zones added to the plan for all to see. This is the existing conditions plan, approved wetland boundary plan that shows the resource areas, and it shows the approximate locations of the 3 buildings associated with this project. The resource areas are highlighted, colored in dark green. That's the bordering vegetated wetland. The perennial stream is the darker blue, the thicker blue line that you can see that flows beneath Sandry Drive. There's also an intermittent stream contained within the wetland system located off Hedge Road. So once the project is designed and we start to see the scope of work proposed, the next process to evaluate is to evaluate whether any work is going to occur in the Conservation Commission's jurisdiction, that is, within a wetland resource area or within a buffer zone. In this case, we have activities associated with all 3 of the buildings that occur, a portion of those activities occur within an area subject to protection. Notice of intents are required under those circumstances. That's the permit application that's filed with the Conservation Commission, seeking their review of the project triggered by the activities that occur in the buffer zone or other wetland resource areas. For this project, we have Ocean View North, which includes the 2 buildings, building number 1, which is partially within the buffer zone. As you can see here, the solid thick green line, that's the buffer zone. There's no part of this project that's in a wetland or in a floodplain. It's only in the 100-foot buffer zone to the wetland. And that triggers the Conservation Commission's review. Building number 2, the entire development, all grading, all clearing, everything is outside of the buffer zone. There's nothing that occurs in a wetland or a buffer zone, except there's a small utility extension, I think it's a water line, right? That will be a temporary disturbance that extends through the buffer zone and through the coastal floodplain here. That will be a temporary trench excavated for installation of the water line, a negligible disturbance. And for Sandry Drive, the notice of intent involves some additional resource areas. So as everyone, I think, knows, that's a developed site. There's an existing abandoned warehouse development there surrounded by pavement. The project occurs within the riverfront area associated with a perennial stream and within the buffer zone on that property. The project's been specifically designed to result in an overall improvement to the resource areas on that property, and that's achieved by reducing impervious surface coverage compared with existing conditions, providing stormwater management features. There's none currently there. The development's been there for many, many decades. There's no real stormwater management present. The proposed project will involve stormwater management features that comply with the state stormwater management standards, and then increasing setbacks to wetlands. And here's a graphic showing the plan. Buffer zones, again, in green. The riverfront area, which extends 200 feet from the stream, is here. All of this is outside of jurisdiction, but there's significant reductions in impervious surfaces here, where a rain garden will be constructed, removing pavement, and then in this area, a second rain garden is also proposed in place of pavement. And that's how we'll achieve a net reduction in impervious surfaces on that property. Just going to fast forward to a couple of other pictures which show an aerial photo. Here we go. So this is an aerial image showing building 1 and building 2. The blue is the wetland. Again, projects are primarily outside of the buffer zone, small portion of the stormwater management basin on building 1 is in the buffer zone. Here's the buffer zone extending like that. Everything else is outside the buffer zone. And building 2, we have this little utility work here. Everything else is outside of Conservation Commission jurisdiction. And here's Sandry Drive. Similarly, you can see the aerial photo as the background. The riverfront area is there in black and the buffer zone in green. Our Conservation Commission process must wait until this process is over. There's a requirement in the regulations that states that all permits must be applied for and received before you can start the notice of intent process. So we're completely ready to start that process. We think we have a permittable project, but that process can't start formally until this process is concluded. We are going before the Conservation Commission next week to informally present the project to them in a manner similar to this, just so they're up to speed and so that perhaps they can communicate their opinions to you during this process. But our opinion is that the project's permittable under the Wetlands Protection Act, and we look forward to collaborating with the Conservation Commission on their review and receiving permits from them for the project. So that's an overview of the natural resources and conservation process. I'm going to turn it over to Peter now, and I'm sure you'll have some questions for me when he's done.
Good evening, members of the board. My name's Peter Ellison. I'm a civil engineer with TEC. We're working with Pulte Homes on this project, and we're in charge of the civil site design and the stormwater design for the project. So when you open up the set of site plans, that's my company that's providing that information. What I'd like to do here is give the board an overview of the stormwater management review process, introduce you to the proposed stormwater management systems that are incorporated in the site design to mitigate the impervious area that's being created by the project, and then give the board just a quick update of where we stand with the open peer review comments from the town engineering office and from Apex. So as part of the stormwater management review process, we develop a stormwater management plan and a report that gets submitted to the board as part of the comprehensive permit. That design is peer reviewed, and it has been peer reviewed by both Apex and the Town of Plymouth Engineering Department. To date, we have received 2 letters from both Apex and Town of Plymouth Engineering Department. TEC and Apex and TEC and the Plymouth Engineering Department have met at least twice, once following each letter, to go over each comment individually and make sure that we are on the right track to get those comments resolved. So what are the standards that we're trying to meet? The Mass DEP has developed a stormwater handbook that applies 10 stormwater standards pursuant to its authority under the Wetlands Protection Act. The purpose of the standards is to promote increased stormwater recharge, treat runoff from polluting land uses, to provide low-impact development techniques, pollution prevention, removal of illicit discharges to stormwater management systems, and improved operation and maintenance of stormwater best management practices. The 10 standards are: number 1, there should be no new untreated stormwater discharges created as part of the project. Number 2, to control the peak rates of runoff. So when you look at this project before and after, we need to provide a system that controls the peak rate of runoff and provides a lesser runoff value. Standard 3 is recharge back into the groundwater table. 4 is to provide treatment for all stormwater that's created by the project, and that standard is 80% is the minimum by the state, 80% total suspended solids removal. Standard 5 has to do with land uses with higher potential pollutant loads. This is not applicable to this project. It really applies to industrial uses in projects. Standard 6 is critical areas. So if you are within a certain distance to a groundwater wellhead, or if you're discharging to a cold water fishery, there are additional requirements for the system that you need to meet. Standard 7 is specific to redevelopment projects. This one does apply to the Sandry Drive project because that property is previously developed, being almost entirely impervious with a vacant warehouse currently sitting on it. Standard 8 is construction period pollution control. Standard 9 is the long-term operation and maintenance plan. So how are you gonna, once you get this system in, how are you gonna take care of it and how are you gonna make sure it functions in perpetuity? And standard 10 is illicit discharges to make sure there's no connection in between stormwater drainage and sewer that's created as part of the project. So on this plan here, I'm going to introduce you to the stormwater design for Ocean View North Building 1. This is the building that's located off of Court Street. On this plan, what I've done is marked up with red squares, deep sump hooded catch basins. That's kind of the first line of defense and the capture point for the stormwater runoff. So any runoff that's hitting the new pavement that's created will be caught by these deep sump and hooded catch basins to receive an initial round of treatment before it gets conveyed into the piping system. Once it's into that piping system, it's directed to the area in green, which is a sediment forebay. Again, this is another preliminary defense for total suspended solids. It provides 25% TSS removal. For any stormwater that gets caught, gets directed to that forebay and treated there before it spills over into the area in blue, which is an infiltration basin, which allows the water to slowly settle back down into the groundwater table. This plan here is Ocean View North Building 2. Similar to Building 1, the initial line of defense are the red squares, the deep sump hooded catch basins. Once caught and treated in those catch basins, it's conveyed by piping to the area in yellow, which is an extended dry detention basin. That basin provides about 50% TSS removal. Any water that flows through that basin will go through piping to the blue rectangle, which is a subsurface infiltration basin. Similar to Building 1, the water in that infiltration basin will slowly percolate down into the groundwater table. And any stormwater that makes it through that system is piped down to the wetland on 39 Hedge Road, where water currently flows today. On Sandry Drive, there are two separate points of initial capture and treatment. A majority of the new pavement is directed by sheet flow over land into the areas in green. Those are rain gardens. And those rain gardens have a pea stone gravel diaphragm that treats the water before it gets into the rain garden. And by the Mass Stormwater Handbook, those rain gardens provide 90% TSS removal. Again, similar to the other two buildings, the red squares are deep sump and hooded catch basins. Those are captured, provide 25% treatment before it is conveyed into the piping. All of the new stormwater that's created by the building and the surrounding parking lot are directed to what's called a water quality unit. And that's basically a proprietary system that provides 80% TSS removal before it is discharged out to that perennial stream. So some of the statistics for Ocean View North. The peak runoff control, we're providing a 30 to 40% reduction in peak rates to the wetland system at 39 Hedge Road, and a 50 to 80% reduction in peak rates to design point B, which is the rail trail, toward the rail trail. As far as groundwater recharge goes, we are providing 2 new infiltration basins that greatly exceed the recharge requirement. You can see here approximately 7,500 cubic feet of recharge is required, and the project provides just over 28,000 cubic feet of recharge to the groundwater. For stormwater treatment, the system's been designed to provide 44% pretreatment, so the water gets treated to a level of 44% before it reaches those infiltration basins. And then final treatment is the 80% TSS removal that's provided by the infiltration basins themselves. For Sandry Drive, we are providing peak runoff control between 10 and 30% reduction to that perennial stream that I described. And the way that we achieve this on the Sandry Drive project is by reducing the overall impervious area by approximately 29,000 square feet. That's a little bit more than half an acre. So it's a pretty significant increase in green space that's being added to the project. As far as stormwater treatment goes, we're providing a 98% treatment rate for any water that flows through the rain garden and the water quality unit, and 85% treatment for any TSS or water that's going through the deep sump catch basins and water quality units. For both projects, we've prepared a construction period pollution prevention plan, and that's been submitted with the plans and the stormwater report and is part of that peer review process that I described. We do plan to prepare stormwater pollution prevention plans. These are typically something that are provided to the town prior to the start of construction. We have prepared long-term operation and maintenance plans. Those are also submitted with the plans and the stormwater report as part of that peer review process. And these plans address each individual BMP for each project, so they're specific to the sites. And they also provide a schedule and a checklist for the inspection and maintenance of all of the proposed stormwater practices. And finally, as part of the stormwater report, we have provided a signed illicit discharge statement, which basically says we're certifying that there are no illicit discharges proposed or being provided. So I just wanted to give a brief update of where we're at with the peer review process. The initial application was submitted. We received letters from the Town of Plymouth Engineering Department and from Apex. I think it was the first week of November, we provided a comprehensive response package that went through every single comment from both of those parties. Since then, both Apex and the Town of Plymouth Engineering Department have issued a second letter. TEC has met with both of those parties who have issued those letters, and we're currently working to submit a second comprehensive package to resolve those comments. We hope to have that submitted soon. With that being said, I guess I don't think it would be a good use of the board's time to go through the individual comments that we've received in the letters, just because there's so many of them. Like, I think we would be here all night. But if the board has any specific questions from those letters, I'd be happy to discuss those with you.
I have a question for Carolyn. So on the conservation part here, can we request that a peer review be done now, starting now, or does conservation have to request for the peer review?
Well, if we remember that this is the 40B context,
Right.
so with respect to the Conservation Commission, anything that arises or triggers anything under the town's local wetland bylaw or regulations, that's all going to be reviewed by this board. And whether there are waivers that are requested or, part of your review includes the local wetlands bylaw as part of the 40B process. Separate from that, however, is, at least for one of the properties, they need to file a notice of intent under the State Wetlands Protection Act. The Conservation Commission is going to issue that, assume they will issue an order of conditions under the State Wetland Protection Act. So that is not before you. So to the extent that you want peer review of any conservation issues, to the extent that they are currently before you as part of the local bylaw, that's part of the process that should go on now. But anything with respect to the state, I suspect the Conservation Commission is going to have further review under the State Wetlands Protection Act when they file with the Conservation Commission at a later date.
So as I take what you were just saying, so the one that they're filing is on Sandy Drive, I assume, is that correct?
It'll be for both of the projects.
The letter of intent?
Yes, yeah, there is a buffer zone area on Building 1 on Ocean View North as well.
Because so we can request a peer review on that, am I right?
Yes, as part of this process. And I think many of the, certainly part of the stormwater issues overlap with some of those same concerns. But yes, you can request any sort of review that you need, to the extent that that hasn't already been looked at by Apex or the town.
Okay, so I don't know how I'd go about requesting it, but I would like to have a peer review done on that.
If I may address your comment briefly. Absolutely, thank you. Stephanie Kiefer from Smolik and Vaughn, on behalf of the applicant. In response to your comment and Carolyn's input as well, as part of our project and our waiver list, we have requested a waiver of the local bylaw. And different boards deal with this differently, and waiver lists get revised as the project, gets tweaked during a public hearing process. And so if this board wants a more detailed waiver list, we can do that under the bylaw. Some boards just like a waiver of just the local bylaw, and that's what we have requested. And I believe that Apex, within its, I believe it was its first review and its first set of comments, made reference and walked through the waivers, and I believe that most of its comments, it said it deferred that to the board. And typically zoning boards wait to deal with the waiver list later in the hearing process. That's just the way it goes. As I mentioned, projects get revised, designs get tweaked within the process. And so I think that to kind of respond to your question and respond to Carolyn's comment as well, the current Apex review has looked at the stormwater, and we're working through our comments, our responses to their second set. But likewise, we've requested a waiver of the local wetlands bylaw And the process, as LEC Mark indicated, is that review is under the Wetlands Protection Act. And our understanding is that the Concom, once the public hearings on that process start, they likely will have peer review. But again, that's under the State Wetlands Protection Act. So I hope that clarifies anything.
No, I understand the difference between it both.
I also, Board Member Leary, that I just wanted to note that the wetland delineation line, has been peer reviewed. So as far as getting additional, review through that conservation process, the delineation line has been peer reviewed when it was originally approved.
In reference to that, on your slide, it said approved wetland boundary plan. Approved by the peer reviewer or by the state?
By the Conservation Commission and was peer reviewed at that time during that process.
By the Conservation Commission.
The Conservation Commission approved it, and they also had a peer review done during that approval process.
Our conservation?
Yes.
Really? I didn't know they had a hearing yet on this. I thought
It was done, excuse me, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but it was done prior to our submittal of this. It would, the delineation line is good for a period of time. There's an expiration of 3 years on it. With the COVID extensions, it may have actually been a little bit further, but the actual delineation was done.
So you were talking when the 2-year period leading up to the MOU, that area.
Yeah, even prior to that, yes, correct.
Okay.
Yep, so well before we started this specific process.
Okay, well, these are the things that, if I had this earlier, I could look things up backwards and see what went on, which we didn't have. All right, for right now, I guess I'm set.
And I just wanted to note again, as Mark mentioned, we are initiating an informational process with the Conservation Commission, recognizing the public hearing is not going to open specifically, but we are going to go before the commission starting next week to hear them and present to them and get their comments.
Yeah, so I understand it. That's just an informational meeting, right? On the 13th?
It is, correct.
A couple questions. One is identification of the water table. Have you done assessments at different times of the year? I did see in an early package, test pits were done and it was identified at one point in the year, but the water table does go up and down. Have you done identification at different points during the year?
So to answer your question, we did do an initial geotechnical study for the project. That was done probably at least a couple of years ago now at this point, Essek. I do not know exactly what the time of year was that was performed, but that is included in the package that has been submitted to the board. And then I personally oversaw test pits within the stormwater structures within the last couple of months. And that's pretty typical of the design process. You narrow down where these stormwater BMPs are going to be located through the design process, and then you perform additional test pits if needed. And when we perform those test pits, we're not looking just for the groundwater table, but we're looking for signs of the estimated seasonal high water table. So the soil on the side of the test pits will get a rust color on it. It's called a redoxamorphic feature. And that is what indicates to the engineer, whoever's overseeing the test pit, that the high water table is at a certain elevation. So it's not just the groundwater table that we're looking for, it's also other signs in the soil that tell you where the seasonal high water table is.
So is that information available right now or will be in the next submission?
That information is included in the package that was submitted, I believe, yes. Yep.
Okay, the second question is, have you seen another engineering review from a company called Fuss and O'Neill in October, and have you incorporated or kind of responded to those issues?
Sorry, this is the report from Fuss and O'Neill that was done, was hired by a private citizen?
Correct.
Yeah, we were provided a copy of that. And
And
in our view of it, the comments really mimicked the comments that we received from the town's peer review engineer, Apex Engineering, as well as the incredibly thorough comments that we received from the town engineer and the DPW department. And there was
So you
overlap
feel,
in those.
You feel they've been considered and addressed in your planning?
Yes.
And a final thing, the revised FEMA maximum heights, have those also been incorporated into your planning?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the FEMA maximum heights?
That you need to design for, whether it's 15 feet or 18 feet, the revised FEMA guidelines for design. The reason I ask is more than, certainly I have seen and others have seen hedge road flood at times. And so clearly, if it's done it once or twice, it's going to do it again. And I want to make sure that any of your design is providing everything above that, a safe margin above the level that's predicted.
I think I understand the question. It's specific to FEMA building code as it pertains to
Yes.
elevating structures and
Yes.
first floor. There's no buildings proposed in the floodplain.
Including even the underground parking?
Correct.
Okay, so you're above it. Thank you. We received a copy of this as part of an earlier package from our planning department. No, you can take a look at it. It's October 9th. Okay. 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 Thank you very much.
Have you anything else?
I have one more.
Yes, go right ahead.
You mentioned soon on the responses to the engineer. Do you have an ETA on that?
So we are, I would say 95%. The primary remaining item is the driveway access for building 2. The other comments have been primarily addressed. Our preference is to wrap it up entirely and to submit to you a final package that has everything addressed. So once we get that item finalized, we will submit that. And again, Chair, to your earlier point about the information, our goal is that we will provide that to you because it is voluminous. The review that has been done on this project with our response with plenty enough time for you to digest that before we come back again for that final discussion on those response to comments. But I would say within the next 2 weeks, but it's hard for me to say for sure because it's not entirely in our control.
Yeah, I do. I know I made some earlier comments before. Doesn't matter. Earlier comments before. Yeah, no. Earlier comments on the generating station and the pumping station concerns me because I was just looking at one of your plans, and I noticed the sewer pumping station is right on the edge. Has there been any, what have you done towards, because I'll tell you, we've had issues before with piping on the sewer. And so that's right on the edge of a bank. Has there been any safety things done to that so that we won't have an issue?
Well, the location and the infrastructure that feeds that pump station has been peer reviewed as well and discussed in detail with the town engineer as well. And we actually, Weston and Sampson is handling our wastewater engineering for the project, and they've actually, they were out this isn't directly related necessarily to the safety, but as far as the infrastructure in the surrounding area, they went out and did metering and actually did flow metering tests a month or so ago, and to confirm with the sewer department that there is sufficient capacity to handle the flow that's associated with our project. I'm not sure that that answers your question. When you're
Well,
saying
part of it
safety,
was more on safety. I mean, it is on the edge of the bank. Like I can see it's at the top. It goes directly down to the wetland, and actually the wetland touches the corner.
oh, okay, sorry. So that's a fully enclosed system. So that's a fully enclosed system where the building feeds directly into a wet well, and then that wet well pumps out directly to Court Street. So there is no, it doesn't filter out from there.
Okay, and then also for one of the first hearings, I brought up because you have two generators for the thing, you've had that looked at by engineering, because I'm thinking again, we have diesel at the top of the hill.
Yep, yeah, those have been reviewed as well. And those are emergency generators with a diesel tank.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so
And that's part of the review package, or it's part of the package that we submitted
will
and to
be
be
sent,
reviewed.
okay.
Yeah. No, again, I just appreciate the board's time. Again, recognizing there's a lot of information to put out, and that's why tonight we really want to kind of give a interim update, recognizing that the next one you'll have more information than you'd like to digest prior to the meeting. But thank you again for the time.
Okay. Might as well sit down and relax, because I'm going to open this to public comment. Is there anybody in the audience, and I can't imagine, but is there anybody that would like to speak to this petition? Please, raise your, yes, ma'am. Before we start, I must remind you, in the spirit of trying to move things along, everybody has just 3 minutes.
Hi,
Go
my
right
name
ahead,
is
ma'am.
my name is Karen Edwards, and I just have a quick question. I thought that I heard earlier that there wasn't going to be a entrance from Prince Street down there on the right side of the map. And yet all the maps right there, including that one in front of us, still has an entrance from Prince Street down to the building. Did I mishear that?
They will answer that question.
That there wasn't going to be an entrance, that there wasn't going to be a driveway entrance from Prince Street to that building. That's what I thought I heard at the beginning. Did I mishear that?
I don't know that I ever heard that.
No? Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. What we're going to do is, you asked a question, there are going to be others, and then I will give you a chance. Just take notes, you'll have plenty of time to respond. Someone else. Oh, come on.
Good evening, Carol Jankowski, Prince Street. Chairman Maine, if I ask a couple of questions, will that prevent me from commenting later after other people have talked? I just have questions about this specific topic, the conservation wetlands issues, but I have other comments to make.
You'll get 3 minutes this evening. If we continue this hearing and you come back, perhaps you'll be able to speak again. So ask your questions.
All right,
whatever.
the questions that I'd like to ask then is, first of all, when you talk about the Conservation Commission coming to peer review these properties, are we talking about the old sitting at the desk and just looking at plans? Or do we actually have conservation members who will have access to these properties and who will get on the properties with the plans in their hand? That's question number one. And since I only have 3 minutes, I'm just going to tell you right now, I am completely opposed to this project for 1,000 reasons. Particularly today, I read the master plan, and yes, it's outdated and it's being revised, but I read about North Plymouth, and what we're supposed to be doing as a village to build our community, Pult is not building our community. They're building homes, but unlike one of my favorite North Plymouth folks, Born Spooner, when he came to town, not only did he build a company, and yes, he was a capitalist, he wanted to make money, but he built homes, he built recreational activities for his people, he built a library. He was a community builder. And that concept is reinforced in the master plan. This project does not build community.
Thank you. Someone else, please. Yes, ma'am.
I just, I'm not really like into engineering and all this stuff, but I am a real nature lover and an avid bird watcher. And I live right near this trail. This is where they're planning to build one of these massive apartment complexes, six top floors high. It's gonna block everyone's view from, from where it's up to the main streets, all the homeowners there that probably came there to live there and enjoy the view. And then not only that, but it shows here, it says, it's right along the railroad trail, which is our nature trail in the town. This is a nature trail for people to enjoy. And in North Plymouth, there's very few places to go for any kind of outdoor activity. And part of what makes Plymouth successful, or at least it's a draw to millions of people every year, is the fact that they can come here and see the ocean and enjoy the nature trail. They can go to the Mayflower. All of this is going to block views. It's going to destroy a lot of nature. And just listening to all this digging and dredging and all the things they're going to do right along the waterfront, according to this map, it looks like they're going to be right up on the water. I've lived on the North Shore and the South Shore, and I have traveled a little. I've never heard of any kind of an apartment complex or even a motel that's within, like, it looks like it's within almost less than 100 yards from the beach. That's going to, if anything does happen there, I know they say they have all these different engineering, plumbing just plans that will prevent it, but I don't believe it, because you hear about these things happen all the time when there's a large buildings on the ocean and lakes and stuff. It's very possible there could be a break in one of these pipes or something will go wrong. It's going to go right into our harbor where everyone comes from all over the country, if not the world, to enjoy the beaches, the fishing, the kayaking. There's people swimming out there. I don't think it's a good idea at all. And it also doesn't, it doesn't reflect the kind of homes that we have right near that area down there in North Plymouth along the Nelson Trail. That's the Nelson Nature Trail. There's trees, there's beauty, you can see the water, there's lots of birds there, creatures. It's just very quiet and enjoyable for the public. We don't have much in North Plymouth to enjoy outside. But I mean, it's just the whole thing, like she said, it's not going to fit into this area. There's too much traffic as there is. This town was built for way back in the 1620s and 30s. They have narrow streets. They built very narrow streets. They didn't have cars then. These streets in this town are not designed for this level of population. It's already a real problem in the summer with all the
Ma'am,
tourists.
Your time is.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna even work out. It's not gonna be attractive to people, and the people that live in that area that have beautiful homes along the water, it's gonna block views. And the last thing I just want to say is, it looks to me like there's a little pond on this map. That's the pond where there's a lot of waterfowl. They breed there, they come there, they live there. The few that we have left now, we're trying to protect them. I mean, there isn't a lot of people interested in nature conservation, but that's I know from walking along that trail, I go over there all the time. I've lived here for years. And that's where a lot of birds, and they nest there, and there's all this nature.
I have to stop you now.
Okay, that's fine, but I just don't think it's a good idea, and it's not practical.
Thank you very much. Someone else? No one else? Yes, please. Either one of you. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Manny Silva, and I grew up in North Plymouth. And I see that all of this is going around to put a six-story building in a spot that should never even be allowed. And I don't even understand why this is being considered, because they are going by eliminating the power of the town of Plymouth so they can go through the state and get what they should not really get. And I don't understand why we have to bow down to this for a six-story building. I've been building homes since I was a young kid. I've never seen nothing like it in the town of Plymouth. And that's the way I feel. I do not believe that this project should go through. That's it.
Thank you. Sir.
Good evening. My name is Ron Gear. I live at 1 Cottage Street, which is right off of Prince Street. And it looks like building number 2 is right behind my home. I have a perfect ocean view now, and it seems that I won't have it for much longer. I think that this project is too big for the area, and I completely oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone else, yes, please.
My name is Dr. Rex Denton. I live on 14 Holmes Terrace in North Plymouth. Thank you, members of the board and chairman. I would just like to mention that I think most of us feel most of what the comments have been heard thus far capture the sentiments of this audience in opposition to the project. Rather than actually rehash what's already been said, I would like to also add that this area cannot accommodate the traffic for a project of this size. That area is really small, and there's a school there, and our town center is there. So you're manifestly changing the quality of our community with a project with scope of this size, as well as changing the quality of our living condition by changing the architecture and the saturation of housing in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Someone else? Yes, yes.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Debbie Quinto. I live in Precinct 4. I also happen to be a member of the Plymouth Select Board, but today I'm here as a resident.
Can I stop you first?
Yes.
There have been people that have asked when all of the selectmen have come to this meeting and spoke, are you speaking as a resident or are you speaking for the select board?
Thank you. I was just about to say, but tonight I'm here speaking as a resident who's concerned about this project.
Thank you.
Yes, no, absolutely. But I just, in the spirit of full disclosure, I wanted to let you know that I sit on the select board as well. But tonight I'm here as a resident, and I've been here every night, as I have for each of these hearings, as a resident who's deeply concerned about the size and scope of this development and the impact that it will have on the quality of life for North Plymouth residents, as well as on the town's infrastructure and resources. So I do understand that people come to these meetings like this when they feel very strongly about an issue, but in my experience, more often than not, we usually hear from residents on both sides of the proposal. But what stands out to me in this process, for all the times that we've been together in this room, I've not heard one person speak out in favor of this project. And even the media that's covering this this whole process has been really hard pressed to find anyone in the community that is in support of this project. But even though we've sent this message clearly and consistently, meeting after meeting, it really doesn't appear that the town's concerns are having any meaningful impact on this development. At least I haven't seen any evidence of that, although tonight we did hear that they will be shifting the location of a driveway to reduce light pollution for one home, which is great. But we also have heard about significant traffic concerns. We have parking concerns, pedestrian safety. I've not heard anything in any of these conversations that have addressed any of those issues. I was really hoping to hear something a little bit different tonight, something that shows that this process is more than just procedural, and that the feedback from this community is actually being heard and taken seriously. I am a very optimistic person. Anyone that knows me knows that. But optimism only goes so far, and at some point what matters is a proposal that will truly reflect the long-term interests of this town. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Canty, I'm going to ask you the same question. Are you
Sure.
speaking as a resident, or are you speaking as a selectman?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm Kevin Canty, Precinct 1 resident, but I'm also a member of the Select Board. And the Select Board voted against this project, so I feel comfortable speaking in my capacity as a Select Board member and as a resident. This.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I am very uncomfortable with this as you being an appointing authority. I have spoken, because of this issue, I have spoken to the authorities, and it is highly unusual, to say the least, and the ethics of it are questionable. So I would rather you use your remarks as a resident only, please.
Sure, I disagree with that, but that's fine. My comments will be unchanged. I would note that in the other meetings that I have attended in regards to this particular proposal, that there have been multiple complaints by the Zoning Board of Appeals about Pulte doing the minimum or less than the minimum in order to provide materials to yourselves so that you could review those materials and make a fair and adequate decision on the items before you. I would suggest that this is indicative of Pulte's general business model as it relates to this project of trying to do the minimum or even at sometimes less than the minimum to provide adequate measures for this community. I think we've previously heard about their laughable traffic study and the insignificant mitigation opportunities that they want to take there. They continue to provide inadequate materials for you to review. They sometimes don't send it people here so that you can ask them questions. They look and appear to be trying to just get through this, ignore the concerns of this community, and just build this and move forward. They are an out-of-town developer that clearly through their conduct demonstrates that they do not care about Plymouth in the near term, medium term, or long term. And I think that this board should deny this project on the basis of their conduct and the basis that this is not a project that North Plymouth wants or needs. I'm also heartened to notice that there are members of the community from throughout Plymouth that are here in opposition to this project. This is a project that is happening in North Plymouth. It is a project that is happening in my backyard. But I would be just as opposed to this if it were happening off Bourne Road or in Buttermilk Bay or at the Atlantic Country Club. I think that this is the type of project that Plymouth does not need. We do need affordable housing. Affordability is a significant problem in this community, but this is not the solution that this community is looking for. We are looking for affordable housing in a way that provides sustainable homes for people so that they can live and work within this community, consistent with what is going to be the replacement for the master plan called the Comprehensive Plan for Plymouth's Community Future. I would ask that this board deny this project and force Pulte to go back to the drawing board with substantial and significant meaningful mitigation measures if they are ever to be approved in the future. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Trevison, and I represent the Lighthouse Point Condominium Association. And one thing that hasn't been addressed yet by the developer, and I would ask the board to ask them if they could do a light and shadow study for the surrounding properties. One of the residents who lives near there did indicate that with the 6 stories, their view is going to be impacted. And I'm thinking that light and shadow is going to have a large impact on the residents as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Up in the back with your hand up. Yes, please.
Thank you to the board. My name's Lisa Fosdick. I live on Holmes Terrace, and I've spoken out against this development a number of times. And I would just like to reinforce the master planning comments. Yes, we don't have a master plan right now, but once this is built, we can't take it back. And North Plymouth's plan, I went to the workshops, participated in that. This was not the direction that that community wanted for North Plymouth. Light pollution is a real issue. The traffic study situation has not been resolved. There are true wetlands in that area. If you walk on the path, you know that there's a marsh and it's shown on the map, but if you go there in person, it will never, ever be the same. Please deny this project. There's better solutions for that area in North Plymouth, and our residents deserve the beauty and the nature that exists there. Thank you.
Someone else. Yes. Yes.
Good evening. Thank you very much. My name is Robert Zuccaroli. I am a Precinct 1 town meeting member, and I live in North Plymouth. Having been a lifelong resident of North Plymouth, again, I'm speaking against this project. Tonight, the Zoning Board of Appeals had the opportunity to tell Pulte Homes to go back to the drawing board, and you did not do it. However, having said that, the Pulte did go forward with their presentation. We heard a number of issues, a number of concerns about conservation and the land surrounding where this project is to be built. We heard a lot about storm runoff. We heard a lot about sewer. We heard a lot about mitigations that were being made in parking. We did not hear about the last piece of coastal wetlands in the community. We did not hear about coastal wetlands in North Plymouth. We didn't hear about the vernal pools that form in this area, or the underground spring and streams that are along Hedge Road. We did not hear about mitigations that will be made to resolve any negative impact on the environment that is the local micro environment that is in this area. There are excessive high tides that come into this area that this project would have certainly a negative impact on the environment here. We heard a complete redesign of the natural topography that is in this area, and we all know, living in a coastal community, water will always seek its own level and will find a way to get where it needs to be. This will put North Plymouth over capacity, understanding that North Plymouth is already zoned for dense population. This will not be a benefit to the community. As a resident of North Plymouth, I speak with other members of the neighborhood and ask the board to deny this project and to inform Pulte Homes that when they come before you, to please be prepared and prepare you ahead of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Someone else. Yes, sir, up in the back.
Hi, I'm Alex Cook, and I'm Direct Abutter, Precinct 1. I just want to note a couple of procedural things real quick. One is just reiterating the what the applicant said, that in a prior meeting it was said that the light pollution issue was resolved, but that's actually not resolved. And so we're still kind of going back and forth. Not looking for any sort of board action, but just noting that for the record. The other thing that I wanted to mention, this was covered by Plymouth Independent in the news recently. For the record, I want to note a concern regarding the appearance of impartiality. A board member has disclosed that he is under agreement to purchase a parcel that's abutting this one on the ocean front that he first became aware of on a walk down for this project. The member participated in several hearings for this project prior to recusing himself. I don't know if that was formally discussed yet, but it's my understanding it was told to the media that he won't be voting on this. Because decisions on this application could reasonably affect the value or the development potential of this abutting parcel, I ask that this concern be noted for the record. The other thing I wanted to discuss is the traffic study. So after the second hearing we had about the traffic study, I went and reviewed that more closely, reached out to the applicant, and I guess discovered, because it was never really brought up, how Pulte gathered their count data. And if you look at the language in that report, it says turning point movements. And what that is just using human beings to gather the data. They just, there's no mention of camera systems or things like that. I know they relied on data from machinery that's on Route 3 to get some data there, but it sounds like all the data related to this study was gathered with people. And I just find that problematic because there's no video that the peer reviewer or the public, there's no machinery that we can go look at to verify that count data. I've surfaced some of these concerns throughout the community and found that the DPW can perform traffic studies. So I'm just asking if the board might be able to, instead of funding the, I guess it's an $80,000 traffic study from Apex, instead of that, maybe we could perform a less expensive study just to count the traffic. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Someone else? Way up. Oh, ma'am, have you spoken tonight already? Enough. We have to keep moving along, ma'am. Wait, yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Lauren Chalice. I live in North Plymouth. I'm not going to rehash everything that's been said. I'm just going to say that one of the biggest reasons to say no to this project is that it will never stop. There will be another one and another one. They'll be like raptors at the fence. All of the developers will come and try to do the same thing or a bigger thing, and it'll just never end until the town is gone. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, up in the back.
Hi, my name is Ed DiPiero, and I live at 905 Schooner Way. I've spoke at a number of times in these meetings, and without getting lost in the minutia, there are many concerns. But my overriding concern is safety, and it's always been safety. And putting this project in such a small area is just incomprehensible to me. Now, I think everybody in this room would vote against this project, except for Pulte, of course, and I can understand that. You know, it's a beautiful location. But I think also the town of Plymouth would vote against this. However, I think the state, the 40B, initiative is kind of pushing all of this. And so where is the state in all of this? Have they come down to look at any of the safety issues? And if they have, where is that report? Because I don't think anybody here would vote for this. So something else is behind it, and I feel like it's Governor Healy and the 40B project. So what I said before was Plymouth is the biggest land area. I think it's somewhere like 134 square miles in the state of Massachusetts. So you're telling me that we can't find some land in Plymouth to accommodate this 10% requirement? In my view, this is an accident waiting to happen, as I've said before. And if somebody gets hurt, this is on the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
My name's Sandy Angerami. I live at 4 Atlantic Avenue. And as my friend Lisa might have said, we are discussing this in isolation and not in the bigger picture of all the other development that's going on in North Plymouth. Looking at Cordage Park and the Cancer Center, what's going to happen to Benny's Plaza, what's going to happen to where the car dealership was and now is a vacant lot. We're not looking at the whole big picture. And also, on a minor issue, the last time we were talking about the width of the parking spaces, that they were not adequate, and I didn't hear any update on that tonight either. Thank you.
Someone else? All right, but these are gonna probably be the last two.
I'll make it quick. Dennis Farrell, I've been here pretty much every meeting. I do appreciate everybody showing up and a lot of great points. I also don't like the project. Just think it's shoehorned into North Plymouth, and the studies are kind of a little ridiculous. We went over all the parking stuff and the traffic, and I don't know. One of the things tonight, though, that really confused me, and maybe I'm out of it, whatever, but they showed some of the plan of the buffer zone. The buffer zone goes right through part of the property, and it's still okay. So I don't get that one. Maybe people can clarify that for me. And the other thing too, I mean, the basins, the catch basins that they designed are right next to the bike path. They put any kind of buffer there, so there's not an issue between the two. Looks like one of them, they just took advantage of the bike path and put it right into their property for their customers. So that kind of irks me a little bit. But anyway, thanks for your attention. Thanks.
Someone else? Oh, boy.
Good evening. My name is Meg Sheehan. My great-great-grandparents owned this land, and I am, by inheritance, one of the owners of this property. It's been in my family since the 1800s. I disagree with the rest of my family that proposes this absurd and ridiculous project, and I disagree that it should be built. I'm urging you to deny it. We need housing in Plymouth, no doubt, but not this type of project. As I stated at the last hearing, this is out of scale. And tonight I want to clarify two things about the ownership of the property. As you probably know or should know from reviewing the purchase and sale agreement, I believe you only have a draft. There are two separate owners of the parcels. First, L Knife owns the parcel on Court Street, 333 Court Street. 8 Mates owns the other parcels. Those are two separate legal entities. Tonight, I heard a lot of waffling from Pulte about things they need to work out. L Knife is not the same as 8 Mates. The ownership and control of L Knife in May of 2024 changed from my father, Jerry Sheehan, to other members of the Sheehan family who now control L Knife and do not agree with this project in terms of they own the access piece on Route 3A and do not want to sell to Pulte. So as I understand it, there is some kind of land swap in the works where the land is going to be subdivided and swapped between the two entities. And there has to be a subdivision, land has to be transferred. So how can the Zoning Board of Appeals decide on plans submitted to you almost a year ago now, where the land has been subdivided and you don't even know who actually owns or controls the land where this will be built. So that's the question I have for you. Has Pulte disclosed this land swap? If not, why? Have you not asked any questions about this? And is this a bait and switch? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Liz Tracy. I live at Bourne Street, right around the corner from there. I just want to go back to the traffic study and the public safety data. First, the traffic study provided by the applicant is literally fundamentally fraud. It relies on data that does not count for Plymouth's unique status of coastal tourist destination. By omitting July and August data, the study literally ignores the reality of North Plymouth's gridlock. Let's see. I have to figure out who said what and what's not there yet. Without adequate on-site parking, vehicles will overflow into narrow streets, side streets, blocking sidewalks, creating hazards. During snow emergencies, we do live in New England. Destruction of the neighborhood's character. Tell me one building that's 6 stories high in North Plymouth. This is literally going to ruin the character of our town. 3, visitor parking. There is no, the traffic study, wait. Prince Street and Hudge Road are now residential ways, often lined with parked cars. Has the fire department performed a swept path analysis to prove that ladder trucks can make the 90-degree turn on those streets while cars are parked on both sides? The gridlock reality. If there is an emergency during peak commuting hours at the Court Street Hedge Road intersection, what is the projected delay in response time caused by the additional 300 new vehicle trips per day? The truck pulling out of where the cars are supposed to come up, and how are they supposed to turn around right there when there's cars on both sides of the road? I have pictures of those streets literally all day long. Those cars are, there's nowhere to go. I don't understand this. Also, since there is 0 designated parking, where do you expect guests, delivery trucks, Amazon, UPS, home health aides to park without blocking emergency access? Another one, water pressure. North Plymouth has documented issues with water pressure. Has a flow test been conducted during a peak demand hour, 7 a.m. on Monday, to ensure that project won't drop the water pressure for existing neighbors below fire safety hazards? Anybody thought of a heat island? With the removal of existing vegetation, a huge forest, and the addition of massive paved surfaces and 6-story structure, what is the projected heat island temperatures increase for these abutters on Hedgewater? Stormwater. Given the proximity to the rail trails and wetlands, what's the 100-year storm capacity of your underground retention systems? What happens to the overflow when those systems fail during a coastal flooding event? And also, one thing that I noticed is that on our Plymouth zoning laws, we have something that just happened like last year that says this place is going to be on a bike path, basically. So you guys have a law that says that for after 10 units, you need to provide one covered bike spot per every 2 units. And I didn't see any bike area on there. I know that's kind of, since we have no parking, nowhere for anybody to go, you'd think it's it.
Your time
That
is
was
up.
it. Thank you.
Thank you. Pretty sure that public comment has really exhausted itself. But I am not going to close public comment. It's still going to be open at the next meeting because I do want to hear from everybody. And this board wants to hear from everybody. And there has been some information tonight that we're going to have to look at. Attorney Murray, is there anything in Ms. Sheehan's testimony that we need to look at?
Mr. Chair, this is the first I've heard of that. So I would suggest that, yeah, there might be something to look at, but I would first ask Pulte if they've got a response to that.
Okay, and I'm going to allow you to do that. So we have heard some information tonight that we hadn't heard before. We've seen a presentation that was minimal, and we're going to need a lot more information on that. I do appreciate everybody speaking about a timely manner in getting us this information, because as soon as we get it, you get it. But if we don't get it, you don't get it. And look, it's probably snowing out right now. I don't know. But to bring people out here time and again and not have a full package is wearing very thin. So what I'm going to ask you again to make sure you have all of the information that we need at the next meeting. Now, if you want to answer some of the questions that the folks have, please.
Well, first, I'd just like to address the comment about the information that we have tonight. Again, this meeting, as was discussed at the last one, we offered to bring our environmental consultant on to present that to you tonight because the Conservation Commission process is being delayed outside of our control. Additionally, there's been a lot of additional review on the project. There's a lot of eyes on the project. As you the board has seen, there's a lot of back and forth going on with town administration. So our goal here tonight was to provide an update on that, to assure you that we are continuing that coordination and collaboration. I assure you that the package that you will receive before our next meeting will be voluminous, and it will have all of that back and forth documented as part of our response to comments. But as you did see in the numerous comment letters that we have received, there was a significant number of comments that we are in the process of addressing.
What I can say, and I've sat here for 21 years, and we have board members that have sat here longer than that, and all of us have been on quite a few of these 40Bs. We have never seen piecemeal presentation of the facts of the case. We've been presented an entire case, and if it took more than 1 or 2 meetings to go through, fine. But we had every bit of the up-to-date material in front of us. And if we didn't have it right then, 7 days before the next meeting, we had it. This has not happened in this case, and it just can't continue. So I'm trying to...
I appreciate that, but we submitted a very full package when we initially started this process. We are now in the process of responding to the comments that we have received from various town departments as well as the peer review engineer. We addressed the traffic comments over the course of 2 different meetings. And so, you know, that information was provided as part of that initial package. So what we have been talking about is the information that was included as part of that initial submission. I look forward to getting the final response to comment package submitted and finalized to you. But to this point, all of the information that we are discussing has been submitted as part of our package.
Yes, go ahead, Ed.
Can I speak to the attorney, please? Can you address what's going on, the PNS? PNS is what's happening. Is that valid, what Mrs. Sheehan said? Are the 2 parties not consenting, the sellers at this point?
So I believe Ms. Sheehan was trying to raise questions relative to site control. And as the board
The
may
selling
know,
party, she's really, is one party not going to sell?
I do not have that information. But again, when we're talking about site control, the subsidizing agency, Mass Housing, made that determination that there was valid site control. At the
That's
conclusion
not my,
of the...
ma'am, focus on my question. It's very clear. You are wasting our time, all of our time, if we don't have a selling entity going to sell to the buyer. Forget about everything. If you don't have a seller, you don't have a seller. Forget about Mass Housing. Forget about every minute we spend on
Chair Conroy, so as representative of the buyer, this comment that was made tonight by a representative of the seller is the first that I have heard of that tonight either. So I don't think that it's us that's wasting anybody's
Thank you for answering
time.
that. That's all I was asking you, attorney.
She didn't have that information available to her. I, as a representative of the buyer, this is news to me as of the same time that you heard it. So this information, I'm not sure where that's coming from.
Okay, so within the next 48 hours, I'd like to see both purchase and sale agreements signed and whether there's been any amendments to them.
The purchase and sales agreement that we are currently working under was submitted as part of our package. The information that was brought up
Unsigned
tonight.
draft is what I saw. Unsigned draft. I'd like 2 signed copies of the purchase and sale and any amendments within 48 hours, please.
As part of the requirement for mass housing, we were required to have the signed purchase and sales agreement that was included as part of that mass housing package. So I assure you that it is part of there. It's a voluminous package. I can pull it out, but as we were required to provide that as part of the mass housing application to
So
get to
what I'm
this
saying
point.
is very clear. As a member here, I'd like copies of both signed purchase and sales emailed to this board and any amendments, please. And that's all I'm asking.
Yeah, agreed. And just to be clear, it'll be one because the properties were included as one sale.
Fine. Thank you very much.
And again, as I was commenting, the project eligibility letter issued by the subsidizing agency, Mass Housing, is to be taken as evidence of site control. And at the end of the comprehensive permit process, an applicant goes back and they renew their findings that they had made in their project eligibility through the final approval process. So just to close that loop for you as well.
As long as I have that in 48 hours, that's all I'm asking about. That's all I'm very finite in my request. Thank you.
Any other questions you would like to answer that the audience had this evening?
Chair and the board, I can walk through the notes that I took if it appeases the board as much as you can. And we've been here a bit, and as you mentioned, it may be snowing. I'm not sure if that's the board's.
You can probably easily answer some of the questions that the audience had so that they don't have to keep coming out.
I can try and start to go down, and I apologize if I miss anybody, but I will go through my list. So as far as the access to the Prince Street Building 2 comment that was brought up, I apologize if I wasn't clear. We're just looking at adjusting the location of that, not removing it altogether, just where it accesses on Prince Street. The Concom conversation, as Mark went through, the process that the Conservation Commission, they're required to review anything that's within their jurisdiction. Within their jurisdiction is denoted by anything within the 100-foot buffer zone. It does not mean that you cannot build within that 100-foot buffer zone. It just means that that's what's, excuse me, that's what triggers the Conservation Commission review. As shown on those plans, and as we will again present to the Conservation Commission next week, and happy to go into more detail, there is incredibly minimal impact directly from this project on any of the natural resources in the area. As far as the traffic study, so trying to not dive too much deeper back into that, but relative to a couple of the comments, the data collection was done through multiple methods, and there's mechanical, which is basically cameras that are set up and viewed, and then those counts are taken from those cameras. The TMC, the turning movement counts that were referenced, are actually people in the field that do take notes of where cars are turning, so they get accurate depiction of where cars are going and where cars are coming from. That helps with the origin destination, and as far as understanding where the trip patterns are leaving and entering the various sites. Additionally, as far as the count data, there is available MS2 MassDOT data. You Google it, you can find it. It's not Pulte, it's not MDM transportation, it's MassDOT has permanent count stations that are set up in multiple locations across the Commonwealth, and there are 4 or 5 within our study area that the data, again, it's decades of data that you can actually sift back through and check, and that data is available for anybody to go look at.
Can I ask you a question? You say in your data area. What is your area this big or this big?
So the project study area intersections, in particular, the intersection that is of most concern for this project is the Cherry Street, Court Street intersection. There are 3 count stations within 100 feet of that intersection that you are able to go and pull that data. They have the data from June, dating back decades, all throughout the year. So that data is, again, it's not Pulte data, it's not MDM data, it's MassDOT data that's readily available to the public. Sorry, just again to try and come through with some of these, as far as there was a reference to vernal pools or coastal wetlands. There are no vernal pools on site, and the wetlands located in the area are identified. And again, those were peer reviewed and verified with the Conservation Commission through a process that was done a number of years ago. And again, I do also want to make it clear, because there was another comment about Pulte Homes and avoiding providing information or trying to sidestep providing the board with any information. I want to reiterate that we have been working with the town of Plymouth for well over 2 years now, and we have had dozens of meetings with various municipal officials. I appreciate tonight it's a little bit of an interim meeting and not having the response to comments in front of you, but we are providing as much information as is required. We are going to continue to, and we've been involved in this process for over 2 years now, working with the town to provide all the information that is required. Part of that also includes the water analysis. I heard a question about water infrastructure that was brought up. We've had extensive coordination with Kendra Martin and Peter and others in the water department. We've done hydrant flow tests at all the appropriate hydrants in the area. There is sufficient flow for the project. And there is, we've confirmed that there's no concern with water or sewer infrastructure for the project or for the existing neighbors. Parking space width, I believe that we did address that last week. We are expanding the parking space width for all the surface parking spaces as was requested by the board in our initial meeting. And I apologize if I'm missing anybody else's specific comment or question. Those are the specific ones that I wrote down. I'm happy to talk to anybody afterwards if need be. I'm trying to balance, not stringing this out too long, but I'm trying to address as many of these comments as I can. Again, I appreciate the board's time and the public's time tonight. I look forward to the next meeting when we are talking about our finalized response to comments, where we have that piece of this wrapped up, and it will all be in a package that you will have prior to that meeting.
All right, wait a minute. Ed?
So I understand you're trying hard, but from our perspective, I just received this. So it's kind of like the proof's in the pudding. You're trying, but I'm trying hard. And you just gave it to us. I just saw it tonight at the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can't, I know you're working hard, but from my perspective as a board member, me getting this at this meeting and spending 3 hours of my time trying to analyze this isn't very fair to me. So I'm sorry that's not falling on deaf ears, and I'd like the attorney to confirm that the seller is not backing out. There's been no amendments to the purchase and sale. I just want to know that. Were you aware of
Chair
this?
Conroy, sorry, just to answer, she doesn't have any involvement
Fine.
in that
Thank
side
you,
of
that's all I
the.
needed to know. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Any other board members have any? Yes, Michael, please.
Okay, a couple things. As far as when I was talking about the infrastructure, as far as the water loops and so on and so forth. One comment I'd like to make about that is, if it's not feasible, because I know the select board's not gonna sign it, is, I know you would put out a figure of 1.2 million at the, select board, I think it was up at the MOU, right around them. So I'd like to actually have you look to see if a cash payment we could put in to an infrastructure account that the town could utilize it themselves to do that work.
And I appreciate that comment. And we actually are committing to providing the water loop connection between Prince Street and Hedge Road. And that is something that we are working out with the water department and is going to be included in our final set of plans that will be submitted when we complete our response to comments. But we are committing to providing that water loop between
Okay,
Prince Street.
and like I say, if it doesn't work out, if we do have to do the cash payment or something, in other words, I'm more concerned about the town getting the infrastructure improvements. So, just so you understand. That's all.
I appreciate that, and we are committing to that
Okay.
loop.
And then, just one thing for the audience, not so much you, is, when you people come back later on, and for the last of the hearings, when we go into deliberation, you'll find out more about the waivers and how these 40Bs actually work, because there's a lot of things they have exemptions on, including tonight, the conversation we had between myself, Carolyn, and them, is they have an exemption for the local bylaws, wetland bylaws. They're exempt from ours. So they don't have to answer to local. They do have to answer to state and federal. So just so you people understand is there are a lot of exemptions that are in place. They're saying they ask for them as formal waivers, but when you come to the end of the hearings, not going to get into it now, but you'll find out what they're actually exempt from.
And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, they are exempt from an awful lot. And we're residents of this town too. And we understand this. And we don't like it any better than anybody else. We don't dislike it any better than anybody else. We're residents. So we understand. But our hands are tied on certain things. We talked a little earlier about the view and what this could perhaps do to other people. Unfortunately, view shed is not a protected right. And I know this firsthand. I live 95 feet from the edge of the cliff in Cedarville, and somebody built a huge house right in front of me on the cliff. So, but there's nothing that can be done. That's not a protected right, as much as we try to. There are some other things that we try to make sure of that we have very little control, but some control. Parking, we have some control over. Traffic, we do have some control over. But there again, the state of Massachusetts steps in and sets the guidelines. And no matter what our guidelines are, we still have to live up to the state of Massachusetts. And it's not a comfortable position to be in sometimes, because there isn't a person on this board that wants to jam something down you folks' throats. We just don't want to do that. But unfortunately, we're in a pretty tough position. To say that I'm mad at Pulte, I'm not mad at Pulte, but as sweet Mrs. O'Reilly always said, I'm really disappointed. So we're going to move from that to our next meeting, and hopefully the pace will pick up a little bit. The information will be a lot more forthcoming and precise, and maybe we can start to put an end to this. But until then, I would assume you want a extension of this hearing.
Please, Chair, request a continuance.
And I'm going to ask our secretary, what date would be the date we can do this and have everybody here? Also, ladies and gentlemen, there's 5 of us that are sitting on this, and all 5 of us has to be at every single one of these meetings. And some of us do have a life outside of this. There are people traveling on this board during this period of time, so it's very hard for us to set a schedule. But Denise has worked real hard and figured it out, I hope.
A full board will be present, and Carolyn Murray is available on February 9th.
Very good.
which would actually be outside of our regular meeting, so that would, we'll add that date.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did you say February 9th? Thank you.
Is there going to be any problem with you having all of that information for us by then?
As much of the information that is within our control, we'll have it to you within a week of that time. There is one item, as mentioned, that will need to be reviewed again, but outside of that, all the other items will be addressed and you'll have that package.
Okay, thank you. I await the board's pleasure. We have a motion.
I move to continue this case, the two cases, to February 9th at 6 PM.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor? It is unanimous. We will be back on February 9th at 6 PM. Ladies and gentlemen, there won't be any more notice of this in the paper or anything, so write it down, and please, if the weather permits, come back.
No, you're on, Paul.
Thank you.
Because
At this point, we're going to take a
have missed any
5-minute
meetings, Jeff.
recess. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry we had more than a 5-minute delay, but things happen. Our next case is 4195. Where is it? Oh, there it is. McGreco, 139 Sandwich Street, map 22, lot 97C, 97D, and 87A. I will ask the clerk to read the advertisement into the paper, into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Case number 4195, the Plymouth Zoning Board of Appeals will hold a public hearing in the Great Hall, Town Hall, 26 Court Street, Plymouth, Mass. On Monday, January 5th, 2026, at 6 p.m. or thereabouts, to hear the petition of McGreco Inc. requesting a special permit per Section 2039C of the zoning bylaw to allow expansion or alteration of pre-existing non-conforming uses and structures to construct a 33-unit multifamily building per Section 2037F1 of the zoning bylaw to allow multiple maneuvers in or out of a parking space per Section 2037F2 of the zoning bylaw to reduce parking stall width per Section 2037C2 of the zoning bylaw to reduce the separation of abutting driveways per Section 2077 of the zoning bylaw to allow 3 affordable dwelling units and to grant any other appropriate relief over which the board has jurisdiction on the property known as 135 through 139 Sandwich Street, shown as parcels 022-000-087, A000, 022-000-097C, 000, and 022-000-097D, 000 of the Assessor's Map dated January 1, 2024, in an R20 SL zone. The petitioner or his or her representative or any other person interested in desiring to be heard on this request should appear at the time and place designated.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. Seated on this case will be Mr. Leary, Mr. O'Reilly, Mr. Conroy, Mr. Peck, and myself. And presenting will be Rob D'Ambrosia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Rob D'Ambroso, attorney at law with D'Ambroso Law here in Plymouth. Just to introduce the project team, we've got Rick Veo, the project proponent here, the principal of McGreco. We've got our civil engineer, Mark Flaherty, sitting next to him. And then farthest to your right is Jeff Turk of Vanass and Associates. That's our traffic engineer for the project. So just to give you a little background, I'm sure you've read the materials, but this site, 135 to 139 Sandwich Street, is the site of 2 existing medical / professional office buildings. They were built around 1965, as you saw in the staff report. Subsequent to that site being developed for that use, it was rezoned residential. So it was rezoned to the R20 small lot residential zoning district after that existing use. So that makes the current use non-conforming. It's been a non-conforming use on this site for many years. Unfortunately, as you're probably aware, if you've been by the site, it's not thriving, it's not active, it's partly vacant at the moment, and there's a majority of the offices are unoccupied. So the project certainly, both visually and from a use standpoint, needs to be repurposed and redeveloped. So that's why we're here tonight. We're bringing forth a proposal to raise these tired buildings and put up a very nice looking multifamily residential structure in lieu of these 2 existing non-conforming office buildings. Again, there's going to be some added green space, some tasteful landscaping. It's going to kind of reduce this feel of a concrete jungle that you might have right now on the site. Rick will give you a chapter and verse on some of the merits of the project and how it will operate. And of course, Mark will walk you through the site itself. But just to give you a little overview, that's kind of what's planned. In terms of legal relief, the primary relief that we need, as Mr. O'Reilly read into the record, is for this shift from one pre-existing non-conforming use to another. That's section 2039C of your zoning bylaw. And again, the key criteria for this board is whether the new non-conforming use is not substantially more detrimental than the current non-conforming use, which is that medical office building use. As you saw in the staff report, which is actually the planning board vote at this point, the site's in a residential zoning district, as I mentioned. So again, that factor alone would indicate to me, and I hope to you, that this proposed residential use is more suitable for this site than what's there right now, in terms of whether or not it's more detrimental. Further, it's proximate to downtown. It's got a great location for residential. It's walkable for many folks that may want to live there, and it's well suited to a residential apartment use. Traffic volume, trip volume is going to be significantly less than the current use. And again, Jeff Dirk will walk you through the traffic analysis. I don't want to steal his thunder, but I want to touch upon it. Again, in terms of the other relief, I would really view that as ancillary. The other items that Mr. O'Reilly referenced when he read it into the record. We're not asking for any waivers relative to parking. There's enough parking on site. We've got that grandfathered upper lot that's quite large. We don't need any reduction in the amount of parking relative to the number of residential units on the site. And again, we're not looking for a parking space width waiver, which I know is something this board tends to feel strongly about. So really, the handful of remaining special permit items are kind of ministerial in nature. They're relative to maneuvering within the parking lots and the separation of our driveway from a neighboring driveway. But again, the primary inquiry is this proposal substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the previous use? So with that said, I'm happy to field any questions, but I'd like to turn it over to the rest of the team to walk you through the project a little bit more.
Thank you, Rob. Mark Flaherty, civil engineer, Plymouth, Mass. And I'd like to just go through a few of these slides. Again, first one is to demolish 2 underutilized medical buildings and construct a 2.5-story, 26-unit, 24 plus 2 affordables is how the 26 comes about. Multifamily building comprised of 9 2-bedroom units and that should read 17 1-bedrooms. We missed that. Again, Rob went through the special permit request. I'll kind of work on just showing the from the aerial standpoint. This is obviously the site. This is Sandwich Street. This is Mount Pleasant. We have Whiting Street back through here. We got Winter Street. We got Stevens Street over here, and this is the access to Stevens Field. This is a crosswalk from a site across the street, across the side of the crosswalk, for pedestrians to be able to gain access to Stevens Field. I think Rick Veo and McGreichel thought the residents of Stevens Field was a good title for the overall project. So again, we have 2 medical buildings, one along here and another one here. This one is 135 Sandwich Street. This is 139 Sandwich Street. This is, when we say upper parking lot, this is the parking lot that is accessed off of Mount Pleasant Street up through here. And I'll go through the existing site plan. So when you take a look at that site plan, I think you can see almost a sea of asphalt with very little green space, and that's something that the team has tried to work on to be able to add additional green space to this project. It's out of 53,000 square foot of total lot area. We essentially have like 44,000 of impervious surfaces. So we have quite a bit of impervious surface on this project. Again, some of the notes we have is, I told you about the 53,000 square feet, the R20, Sandwich Street being a major road, town water, town sewer. For drainage, all the existing stormwater right now for all this asphalt flows to Sandwich Street. So that's something that we felt, the project team felt like it's very important. It's also part of the town and state requirements that all drainage is controlled on the lot. And that's what we endeavored to do. This is some pictures. This is the front of 139 Sandwich. This is 135 Sandwich. This is on the northerly end. This is the back of the building, and this is a picture of the upper parking lot off of Mount Pleasant Street. Again, there's a few notes I'll go through quickly. Constructed 2.5-story, 30 feet high apartment building into 26-unit apartments to supplement the town apartment availability with easy access to downtown and Stevens Field. Plan significantly revised based on the planning board and neighborhood concerns. We had a nice neighborhood meeting 2 or 3 weeks back, and I think a number of residents showed up and offered their comments and concerns, and so Rick Veo took them all into heart. He's reduced the number of units that was mentioned to those neighbors from 33 units down to 26. That's a significant, almost 6 over 33, 20-25% reduction. He lowered the height of the proposed building quite a bit, and we've got DPW review, we've got comments satisfied or to be satisfied prior to building permit. There's a few issues such as there's an invert instead of 49, it should have been 50. There's a few spot grades around a catch basin that the engineering department wanted to rectify, and we did that. So from our standpoint, we've satisfied all the DPW comments. You have on your portal our responses. It's just comment satisfied, comment satisfied, comment satisfied. So we're pretty happy with that aspect of it. Went to the steering committee, had its approval. Fire department, we met with them. They're satisfied with the emergency access and the proper signage for the no parking. We maximize the available parking to meet the required 41 spaces, and in addition to the 41 spaces, we have 7 guest parking spaces for a total of 48. Each of those 48 spaces are 10 feet wide throughout the project, so that's a positive aspect of it. Landscape, we have proposed drought tolerant and native landscaping proposed. Pedestrian pathways, I'll indicate to you on the site plan, go from the upper and lower parking areas into the sidewalks going down to Sandwich Street. The buildings are going to be sprinkled, and like I indicated before, all the stormwater is going to be controlled on site. So this is the site plan, and as you a quick notice is the amount of green open spaces. Maybe I'm hoping that might jump out at with you in contrast to the existing site plan. So it's on our plan there that's maybe in your packet. It shows the outline of the existing buildings. We cited the proposed building, a line of the existing buildings right through here. So we're holding the approximate setbacks of the existing building off the street and off the sideline over through here. So we have 2 parking lots. We're calling this the lower parking lot, and this is the upper parking lot. The tenants will access the lower parking lot by a new driveway on the southerly end. If the board members are familiar with the site right now, we have 2 driveways on the north end that are very steep, and it's confusing how those driveways work to be able to gain access to the back parking lot. So excuse me. So by having over in this area, the grade going up to the back parking lot meets the ADA requirements, and it's less than 5%. So it works much better than the crazy driveways on the north side. The driveway is 22 feet wide. We have sidewalks, as I indicated, going to Sandwich Street. We have a sidewalk going around the building here, going across the building and on the side. We have a nice pedestrian walkway from the top parking lot. There's an existing stairs that it was hazardous to people's health. So McGryco is going to rebuild that stairway from the top parking lot down to the lower one. We have a pedestrian walkway around our parking lot to be able to have these residents that park on the upper parking lot to go down the stairs along the stripe parking area to gain access to the buildings. So as I indicated, all the parking spaces are 10 feet. We have 3 entrances to the building. We have an entrance here. We have another entrance. The main entrance over is here, and a third entrance is back over in this area over here. We're in town water, town sewer. We have all the drainage is going to remain on site. We have a series of catch basins and subsurface drainage that we're, in order to capture the drainage has met with the DPW engineering department's peer review, and it's all been satisfied by them. Again, I mentioned the additional green space, snow storage. We have, sorry. We have some snow storage through here, snow storage in this area, snow storage over through here, and any additional snow that isn't handled, it doesn't have, that needs to be, that doesn't fit into these snow storage areas. McGryco would hire a contractor like he does it on his other projects to physically remove that snow. In terms of a driveway separation as one of the special permits that we're requesting, the edge of our driveway and the edge of this person's driveway over here, instead of being 55 feet, it's about 45 feet. Oftentimes on these smaller lots in the downtown area, we just can't meet that separation, but it's in the zoning bylaw, and we're asking for that waiver. So on for landscaping, as you can see, the site is going to be extensively landscaping with native plantings as well as drought tolerant as required by the town. We're looking at pretty much red maples, Leland cypresses, Cleveland pears, and any other similar type of species that McGryco and his landscaping outfit has thought is appropriate, and any changes would be run by the building inspector to make sure that the building inspector is okay with any change in the landscaping part of it. As if the board is familiar with McGryco's other sites, he's done a very nice job. It's significant, extensive landscaping that he has on all the different projects. I think one comes to mind is the 132, 134 Court Street. It's very tastefully done, and along with his other projects. So with that in mind, I'll turn it over to Jeff Dirk to go through his traffic assessment. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Jeffrey Dirk. I'm the managing partner with Vanessa & Associates, and as you heard, we're the transportation consultants for the project. I thought just before we get into the transportation analysis, just a couple of things I wanted to talk about with respect to the site plan. And I think you heard our attorney mention about the project being less impactful or less detrimental compared to the use that's on the site that's there today. So a couple of things as it relates to transportation. And I'm focusing on the site plan because there's a couple of things I wanted to point out as Mark was showing you the existing condition site plan. So as we look at the Sandwich Street frontage of the project, as you recall, looking at the existing conditions, there's 3 driveways there today. There's a driveway at we'll call it the east or west end of the property. Then there's a horseshoe driveway that sits there today. As we look at it from a transportation perspective, what you see here before you with the proposed site plan is significantly less impactful as it relates to safety on Sandwich Street. And the reason for that is we're going from 3 curb cuts or 3 potential conflict points, not only for vehicles on the roadway, but also for pedestrians and bicycles using that roadway. So from 3 conflict points down to 1. That's a significant improvement in terms of safety related to the project site itself. The other thing in looking at the way that the site lays out, and Mark was talking about the proximity of the driveways, and that's one of the areas that we're seeking some relief or some comment back from you on. As you look at the position of this driveway in relation to the driveway to the single family home, now Mark had mentioned it's about a 45-foot separation between those points. What's important is we're looking at that as transportation professionals is we want to make sure that the turning movements at those driveways are not in conflict. So if you look at vehicles entering or exiting those driveways, and you just look at if you plotted actually the movements going in and out, you'll see there's no overlap between those. So even though that separation is, 5 feet less than I think what is in the zoning bylaw, there's no detriment as it relates to safety in terms of the operations of those two driveways. So we're reducing the number of conflict points along Sandwich Point, and even though we have that proximity as it relates to those two driveways, the proximity doesn't create additional conflicts as it relates to interaction between vehicles of the two driveways. So I just wanted to point that out before we got into more of the transportation analysis. So we did prepare a full transportation impact assessment for the project, and similar to what Mark had mentioned relative to the site plan, DPW and engineering did do a review of that transportation study. They had some minor comments which we've addressed. One was just to submit a stamped transportation study, so I've stamped that and signed that and put that into the record. The other thing was looking at sight lines from the driveways, so we did provide a site distance plan as well. Those were the only two comments as it relates to the transportation analysis. As we'll get into a little bit more detail in a few slides, the amount of traffic produced is significantly less than a reoccupancy of the two medical office buildings. It's 72% less traffic. So from the standpoint of not being more detrimental, this is a significant reduction in traffic compared to two fully occupied medical office buildings in the site. And I'll show that in a minute. This slide just shows the context of the project in relation to the transportation infrastructure. Our study area was basically the 3 points of the triangle that bound the project site. So the Sandwich Street intersections with South Street, Mount Pleasant Street, and then the South Street intersection with Mount Pleasant Street. Those were the intersections that we evaluated. We also looked at the two driveways into the project site as well as a part of our assessment. In terms of what you see on here in the colored lines on the plan, what you see on the dashed orange lines, that's where there are sidewalks. Any place that you see the blue lines are where there are crosswalks. Really, the intent of this is to show this is a fully walkable site. We have sidewalks all around the site. Mark showed how we're connecting into those sidewalks. There is public bus service in this area as well. GATRA does provide bus service along Sandwich Street as well as along South Street. So we have access, playing fields across the street. We have access to bus services. We have a fully walkable site in terms of sidewalks. Also, Sandwich Street and South Street also are wide enough to have bicycle accommodations on them, even though there's not marked bike lanes. The town of Plymouth has also undertaken a circulation and mobility study that included the downtown, but also North Plymouth, and it specifically included this area as well. So some discussion about that crosswalk that's opposite the project site. The town is looking at enhancements for adding bike lanes, improving sidewalks, and also looking at locations where there might be a desire to put those flashing crossing lights. This location with the fields across the street is one of those locations where there's potential that the town will be looking at doing some improvements. But again, this is a specific area that the town is focused on mobility improvements, improving pedestrian bicycle safety along the corridor there. So a good location for a project of this density at this site, because the town is forward thinking and making sure that all of these connections happen as a result of the project. So looking in a little bit more detail at the trips or traffic generation for the project, so focusing on the total column. So we had analyzed a 33 unit development proposal on this site. As you heard from Mark, it's been reduced. The numbers that you see on the total column for a 33 unit development, we were predicting it would generate 288 vehicle trips on a daily basis, so half in, half out. During each of the peak hours, so the morning peak hour, generally when people are dropping their children off at school or going to work, we were predicting at 33 units it would generate 13 vehicle trips. During the evening peak hour, so this is generally 1 hour between 4 and 6, we're predicting the project would generate about 17 vehicle trips. As we reduce this number down to 26, it generally would produce somewhere no more than 15 vehicle trips during the peak hour. So that's one additional vehicle every 4 minutes. So as we looked at how that impacts the roadway network and not considering reoccupancy of the existing medical office buildings, one vehicle every 4 minutes didn't result in any material increases in terms of motorist delays at intersection or increases in vehicle queuing. So it wasn't significantly impactful. And again, we're not considering this in relation to a reoccupancy of the existing medical office buildings, which if you did traffic counts out there today, or as the residents might relate to what's going on there today, it's less than 10 trips during the hour today. So those buildings are not fully occupied and they're very much underutilized. So if we compare it to a fully occupied medical office building, what you see in the right-hand column of this table here is the difference between what was proposed at 33 units and the fully occupied medical office buildings. And you can see it's a significant reduction in trips on both a daily basis, but during each of the peak hours. And as I mentioned at the outset, it's about a 72% reduction. And as we drop the number of units from 33 to 26, it's probably closer to a 75% reduction in traffic compared to the full occupancy of those buildings. So again, back to the point of not only is it less impactful, it's significantly less impactful compared to reoccupying those buildings. This chart here just shows the distribution of traffic. So we have very small numbers in terms of the amount of traffic that's produced. What we're intending to show here is really that let's say 15 vehicle trips during the peak hour, that happens at the driveways. But obviously, as you get away from the project site, that number 15 drops down to less than 10 vehicles going through any of the intersections. So again, just really trying to quantify the fact that it's a very low impact development on the site. We did have some series of recommendations in terms of the project. Whoops. Mark has incorporated these into his site plan, really dealing with the width of the driveways, making sure that clear sight lines are provided. So with consideration all of those, we've concluded the project itself would not be significantly impactful. I've talked about that. There was no safety deficiencies as we looked at motor vehicle crash history in front of the site as well as at any of the intersections. Lines of sight at the driveways meet or exceed what's required for the actual speed of traffic. As we measured speed of traffic along Sandwich Street, it has a statutory speed limit of 30 miles an hour. Most of the vehicles were going somewhere between 30 and 35, the majority of the traffic that's there. So our sight lines are based on 35 miles an hour, and we exceed what's required for those sight lines. The landscaping will be set back, and that was one of the reasons that the DPW would ask for us to prepare those sight line triangles. So that's a part of the record, and you can see that as a part of our submission so that the driveways can function in a safe manner. And then finally, we concluded that with these improvements that Mark has shown on the site plan, safe and efficient access and circulation can be provided with respect to the site plan. And I believe engineering, fire department have also concluded that that would be the case with the project. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. I can turn it over to. Thank you. Thanks, Rick.
Rick Veo from Meg Ryko. Thanks for having us tonight. As I do at the beginning of most hearings, I like to remind the board and the audience and anyone who's listening out there of who Meg Ryko is, as opposed to what the last 2 hours of our lives just was spent listening to. We are very much a local developer, and when I say that, I mean our offices are based here. In fact, they're based about 300 feet up the hill from this project. I live about a half a mile away. So does the rest of my family within about 6 or 7 minutes of the project, and about 80% of our employees live in Plymouth. Recent projects, or over the span of the last several years, redevelopment within a few miles of here, the Registry project in downtown Plymouth, the Bradford in downtown Plymouth, the Armory, again downtown Plymouth, 3 Chilton Street behind Pilgrim Hall, the Mount Pleasant School, again about 300, 400 feet from the project. This is 132, 134 Court Street, up heading north of Samoset Street. And now we get to the proposed project. I bring these projects up to make a drastic distinction between us and most developers who break ground in Plymouth. I can honestly say we've never proposed a project that we do not feel is in the best interest of Plymouth and the best interest in the site that we're proposing it on. This project, I would say out of all the other projects we have done, is the most fitting for the site. The current use of the project was incorrect when it was built, and it is even more so now. It's been deteriorating for decades and is in a major state of disrepair. It's one of the biggest eyesores south of the downtown and desperately needs to be revitalized. There's a few choices for revitalization. One, a miracle happens and the medical community all of a sudden flocks back to this area, which that's not going to actually happen. Two, we try to redevelop it as some sort of wellness center or recovery center, which is feasible, but probably not something we would pursue because the rental dynamics in that are probably marginal, and quite frankly, I don't think it fits into the neighborhood. And three is to do a residential housing project, which is what we're proposing and what we think fits into this neighborhood. And again, I consider myself a resident of this neighborhood, being a half a mile away and working, 10 hours a day, 300 feet up the hill. The buildings that we've proposed, we've made a number of changes to them since we've met with the neighbors and heard feedback from the neighbors. It started out as a more monolithic front. This is the view from the south along Sandwich Street. This is the view from the north. You can see what we did based on some of the neighbors' comments that it was a little too large or too monolithic in the front, is we stepped the middle of the building back, added some larger landscaping to allow it to better tie into the either single or multifamily homes that exist along there. Some of the architecture of this property is tried to be tied into the historic homes along that site in terms of the gambrel roof lines. We've also lowered the roof line. I think it was like 6 to 8 feet lower than the original proposal to, again, accommodate some of the neighbors' comments and whatnot, and trying to land on a project that makes sense. We're not a developer that likes to come in and jam something down either the town's throat or the neighbor's throat or whatnot. We are not a developer that has gone the 40B route. So we're trying to work this project through to a point where the neighbors are happy with it, and we think it's a not just less detrimental, but an improvement to the neighborhood. And we really feel we've reached this point. I'm going to hold off on all of the mitigation efforts we've tried to put forward until after comments, because I think you're going to hear neighborhood comments, which honestly is, I think, a bit unfortunate, because I think out of all the potential uses that this site will happen, this use is by far the best, and the owner of the property is here, or the representative of the owner of the property is here, I think, to tell you just that if it's not us, it's someone else. It's not going to become a park or a, open green space. It's going to be developed in some way, and I think we have put forth what I would consider a very thoughtful and spent a tremendous amount of time trying to adapt this to the neighborhood, take all the concerns under advisement, make adjustments. We've contained all the parking within the site. We've done extensive landscaping. We have, done a number of measures to provide for safety and tenant screening and those types of things, as we do on all our properties. And I think if the board and the residents of the area look at our other properties, look at what we've done, look at how we maintain them, I encourage people to, go from here at any time of day or night, drive to one of our properties and see what's going on. What you'll find is an absolutely meticulous property, no matter the season, no matter the time of day, no problems. It's not Oasis, it's not Harbor Walk that are getting, 1,700 police calls a day. They're very well managed by us. In fact, all but one project that two projects that we've developed in Plymouth, even if we've sold them somewhere down the road, we still manage them, and we take great pride in that. And we are also, within 7 minutes of every property we've built in terms of a management organization. So I'm going to pause for now. Again, I'd like to come up and address some other things, maybe after public comment, and answer questions of the board. But again, I would hope you see the benefits of this as opposed to what's there or what could be there. Thank you.
I have a couple, Mr. Chair. First question is, what is the adjusted height now? The plans still say 34 feet, but you say have reduced it?
30, yeah.
So it's
30
gone
feet.
from 34 to 30. The second question is, what is the total square footage of this current plan?
Footprint or total square footage?
The square footage of your residential building, your
Yeah, the
26?
total square footage is about 25,000 square feet. Again, that encompasses 2.5 stories. The footprint is not that, obviously. Right.
And how tall is the existing building? In terms of, the way it appears on the street? Because I think it looks shorter than 30 feet. So I just wanted to see what the existing building is.
Well, we have two buildings, David.
Okay, yeah, I'm mainly talking about the
Yeah.
brick, the brick
Okay,
building.
133 certainly is not, it's a lower building, somewhere maybe between the 25 and 28 feet. The 135, which was an old house that with 2.5 stories right now, that's approximately 30 or 32
Yeah,
feet high.
the question was about the brick building.
The brick building,
Yeah,
between 25 and 27 feet.
okay. Those are my questions for now.
David, you can see the pictures are up there now. The actual, the older Dutch colonial is actually taller than the brick building.
Yeah, I've got an interesting question here, though. Okay, so I start out reading this. The public notice has 33 units. Site plan has 26 units and 3 affordables. The planning board report has 28 units and 3 affordables. Where are we now?
Okay, yeah. So valid question. So this has been a bit of a moving target because of the meetings with the neighbors. We started out at 33 units. That was the original proposal. When we came before the planning board, based on the meetings we had, we reduced that to 28 units. After that meeting, when I knew there was still concern, I had then gone back and say, what can we further do to this? We reduced it to 26 units, and that includes the allotment for affordables, although there are 2 affordables that are done off-site because they've already been constructed and been banked by the planning board.
Okay,
It was 24 units plus 2 affordables, so 26, but they have been, those extra 2 had been built off-site previous.
so what's built on this, what
So
affordables?
26 units would be built, no affordables on-site. Again, we're using the last 2 we
Alternative.
had banked from previous
So
projects.
you're using alternatives?
Correct.
Right. Okay, those 3 affordables, are they?
Two affordables.
2 affordables, are they on the, what do I say, the affordable list, they've gone into the trust?
They, as soon as, if the board saw it in their wisdom to approve this project, those would go into the,
So
goes
they
into
would
the
be in the
trust.
affordable
Those would be
trust.
counted, right.
Okay, all right. Other than that, for right now, so we are at 26?
26 is the number, correct.
Okay,
Sorry.
and that would explain the planning board report. I
Right,
don't know if you
right.
saw what they gave us.
I did, and there was no way to correct it as we were dropping. I thought that's probably a positive thing unless, we weren't going up, so I figured we were.
I'm telling you, that was the most disjointed report I've ever gotten, everything's up in the air, All right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No, again, I'd like to wait till after public comment, if I may, and respond to those.
Mr. Chair, one final question.
Yes.
Are these all apartments or are they condos?
They're apartments.
And because of your applying the banked affordables, do they all count against the SHI or not?
No, that would only be if you were doing, a 40B. If you were doing 25% affordable, then they would all count. If you're only doing the 10% or some number under 25, they would never all count.
Okay, thank you.
For if the inclusionary housing, which these
Yeah.
are only the affordables count.
Right.
That go into the trust, only comprehensive, because it's jamming something down our throat. Do we get the whole count? That's the only
Well,
time.
it's worth being reminded and then for the audience to hear that too.
Okay. Anything else for now? No. All right. At this point, I'm going to open this to public comment. The folks in the audience, because of the size of the audience, we're going to limit it to 3 minutes again. So I'm open. Yes, please come to the microphone and make sure the green button's on and identify yourself.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Martin Gaynor. I'm here on behalf of my parents, who are the majority owners of the property, Dr. Martin Gaynor and Mrs. Pamela Gaynor. And I just wanted to give you a little bit of historical context for how we ended up here and why we support the project. My dad started working at that building in 1968, part-time, for Dr. Gormley when he was finishing his training in Boston, right? Then we went to California for a couple of years while my dad was in the Air Force. And then we came back full-time in 1971. And so from 71 through 2015, my dad spent most of his life there. And he has to say he's got a deep personal attachment to that property is an understatement, right? He retired when he was 77 years old, again, 10 years ago. He's 87. He expected that the place would carry on, kind of forever. But the world changed. When my dad started, there were no HMOs, PPOs, PMBs, nothing, right? Totally different world. A lot of the people he saw didn't have insurance, whatever. He treated with Dr. Gormley and Dr. Murphy and the Elliots, most of the kids in this town, right? So again, he had hoped that it would just continue on, it would be sold to the next generation, right? Medical world changed. The pediatricians who he trained, they moved out to, the industrial park out near Colony Place. The medical world changed. There's Resnick Road, there's Long Pond, there are all these more modern buildings. And you can't really complain about that. That's sort of progress, right? Medical buildings require bigger footprints now. They require more parking. My parents looked in at one point to trying to modernize that building. It's just not feasible, right? So in 2017, they put their units. There were 14 condo units. In 2019, they put all their units, they own 12 of them, on the market. And you can still see in that upper picture on the upper left-hand corner there, those two white posts, that's where the for sale sign was for years, right? And the for sale sign said medical office building condos, right? Nothing came of that. And so that situation carried on for years. And as of 2021, there was no one in that building except for Dr. Paul Moralia, who was a dentist, who was in the 135 building.
Can you
in
hold
his
on for a
condo.
second? You've gone past your time, and I just want to know if the board wants to let you go further. Sure. Okay, go ahead.
All right, I'll speed it up. Thank you. So he was there until recently, but since 2021, Dr. Moralia was the only one practicing there, right? But back in the day, that place was unbelievably busy. It was open 363 days of the year, from 8 in the morning until 10 at night. It closed on Thanksgiving and Christmas, and that was it, right? The traffic was, that parking lot was packed all the time. One of the biggest challenges was for the lower lot, you had to have, if you look at the picture on the sort of lower left-hand side there needed to be a fire lane on the right-hand side, and it was always a challenge because everybody was parking there because there wasn't enough parking, right? So for that use. Then the upper lot, that lot was filled too. Doctors would park there, nurses would park there, patients would park there. There were steps down. In the 45 plus years my dad worked there, I talked to him, he said, we never had any accidents with cars in there. There were never problems with people banging into each other or anything else. The only issue that arose, and this was going back a long time, I guess, which is maybe a good thing as far as the way the town has developed, used to be 15 plus years ago, late at night, there would be kids who would end up in that parking lot and they'd be drinking or whatever. And so the neighbors would say things and my parents would get the police to go over there and whatnot. That led to some signs being put up for crime watch, et cetera, whatever. At any rate, long story short, we sought out, when we couldn't sell the condos, my parents came to me, asked what to do, and I looked around and I decided to go and approach Mr. Vail because of his reputation for caring about the town. Because I live at 49 Manners Point. I drive by here almost every day. It's part of our family. I want something that's going to be good. I don't want something that's going to be terrible. That being said, that property has become a crushing financial obligation.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap
Okay.
up, please.
Bottom line, if this project isn't approved, the only viable economic thing to do is a 40B project there. My parents have spent over the last 4 years well over $300,000 on real estate tax, upkeep, et cetera, with no rental income. That can't continue. Thank you very much for your time and your accommodation with the extra time.
Thank you. Someone else? Yes, sir.
Bob Dandino, speaking for my mother, Patricia Dandino. She lives at 143 Sandwich Street, the residence right next door. So the main issues are 203-7 FC2, allow reduction of separation of budding driveways. First, in 2015, the residents of 143 Sandwich Street was struck by a truck by a resident of the town. The result was a near total destruction of the home. As anyone who's traveled down Route 3A knows, the house was under a state of repair for the next 2 years. Tarps over the building and being rebuilt. Basically, quite the problem for my mother for 2 years. And
I remember that incident. It
Yes.
had more to do with alcohol than anything.
Quite possibly, yes, sir. I agree with you there. But also, the driveway was not in that area, and now you're asking to put the driveway in that area. So there's going to be an influx of traffic in that area to where the accident occurred. So the possibility of a resurgence of that accident happening is a possibility. That's not to say that none of the residents at the new proposed location will ever drink. So, you know, second, in addition to the fears of a repeat accident, there's concern about the groundwater in the area. The home of 143 Sandwich Street and the proposed development of 139 Sandwich Street at the bottom of a hill. They don't call it Mount Pleasant for no reason. The home was constructed in 1840 and features a brick and rubble foundation. Water infiltration is already a deep concern. Even on the driest of days, there's a sump pump going. So with the changes in the grading, the additions of the new stairwell in the back, groundwater could shift. Finally, the new driveway location comes with a concern of replacement of the electrical transformer. So if you look at the grading plan, they're showing a new pad-mounted electrical transformer right where the accident occurred previously. So now we're saying that in addition to the accident happening again, the possibility of injury or death also occurs. The poles that feed the building come off of 131 Sandwich Street, which fed 135. And the one at 139 fed, or the one by 143 feeds 139. Now you're moving all the power to a pad-mounted transformer right in the area of where the accident occurred. 203-9-C, allow expansion and alteration of pre-existing non-conforming use and structure to build a multi-family residential unit, 33 units, which now I guess are been reduced. First, Sandwich Street is one of the earliest routes of transportation in Plymouth. It stretches south from Plymouth to Cape Cod and is the first highway in Plymouth. It has an unusual number of early homes which were built by the early colonists when they were seeking more land.
I'm going to ask you to wrap it up. You've gone over your time, please.
All right, so most of the houses around there were built in the 1800s. The mistake being in the 1950s when the medical building was constructed. The area is intended for an R20 SL zone, small lot residential, which is to preserve the rural areas of Plymouth by encouraging compact, single and two-family residential development within existing village service areas in keeping with historical New England building traditions. Thomas Doty was the owner of most of this area. He's the son of Edward Doty, who signed the Mayflower Compact. So I don't see how apartment building fits in with regard to that. Thank you.
Someone else? Yes, ma'am. We're going to have to adhere to the 3-minute rule.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Towers, and I live at 131 Sandwich Street. I'm a direct abutter for this project. I want to begin by noting that I've already submitted a detailed written abutter letter. It's part of the record, so I won't repeat all of that tonight. Instead, I want to focus on the core issue that makes this project unapprovable as designed. There's an easement and right-of-way issue that has not been resolved. This issue was raised at the planning board, and their approval came with a strong recommendation that it be resolved, which has not occurred. A proper title search for the full life of my 354-year-old property was never completed. And as a result, the plan before you places a large, high-density residential building directly on a right-of-way that is documented in older deeds and is essential to how my home functions. That issue must be resolved before approval can be considered. My home is the historic Thomas Doty house. It was built in 1672. Unlike most homes on Sandwich Street, it does not face the road. The historic front of my house faces south, directly towards the proposed building site. The area in front of my home is not a side yard. It's the true historic front of my house, and it has always been kept open. This proposal replaces my home's open frontage with a continuous wall of residential windows directly in front of my home. The existing medical building configuration acknowledges this condition by preserving setback, access, and openness. The proposed building does the opposite. It would run the entire length of the front of my house and a large portion of my backyard. Sitting roughly 10 feet from my property line, directly within the access corridor that my home relies upon. Its placement will block the very obvious vehicle-sized gate on my fence line that has been in perpetual use for generations. That access is the only way to move large furniture and appliances, bring in landscaping and maintenance equipment, and perform necessary repairs on a centuries-old home. Eliminating this access destroys the functionality and future marketability of my property. Density only magnifies all of this. This is a single-family neighborhood. Introducing a dense residential building here multiplies impacts that cannot be conditioned away. The project creates a wall of residential windows 10 feet from my property line, staring directly into the only part of my yard that remains private.
Ma'am, your time is running out.
Okay. That is a constant invasion of privacy and a real safety concern, not an occasional inconvenience. And if I may briefly address communication, because it explains how we've gotten to this point. I first learned of this project in December. It was brought to my attention by a neighbor. I did not see detailed plans until the planning board meeting a few weeks ago. I received one general abutters letter inviting neighbors to a large informal meeting, which I was unable to attend due to illness. There's been no attempt to arrange a direct one-on-one conversation with me before the design was finalized.
I have to stop you
Okay.
now. Thank you. Someone else. And please, we don't need the applause or any of that. We're just trying to figure this out. Yes, sir.
How you doing? Merle Ladd, 138 Sandwich Street. My children are the 5th generation to be raised across the street from this medical building. And next door, my cousin, they're on their 6th generation, as far as traffic flow and so forth. With all that said, some of the presentation tonight, I don't think was in the original packet that I saw at zoning. As far as the new design of the structure and height and everything, I think the abutters, the persons of interest should be allowed to vet that, because we haven't yet. With that, they mentioned DPW, steering committee, planning, fire, all those things. That's great. That's part of the process, but they don't address zoning. We were shown tonight the old registry, armory. Great job. But that was a pre-existing structure with a different use. They changed use, kept the structure. So with that said, as a party of interest in a butter, I oppose the application for seeking rezoning by special permit under 2039C, Town of Plymouth bylaws, to demolish pre-existing non-conforming building, non-conforming use in an R20 SL zoning district and replace it with a 33 now, I guess it's been told tonight, 26 or something like that, multifamily apartment. The request presents basic fundamental conflicts with the intent and the limits of the R20 single lot zoning. This zoning district is deliberately designed for low density residential zoning. On 1.2 acres, which this is, the density contemplated by the district is approximately 2 residential houses that you could make a 2-family. Even in Plymouth multi-zoning, that same size lot would be around maybe 10 units. And we're talking 28, 26. What is proposed is a 10-fold or greater increase over the underlying density. The level of intensity is not a minor deviation from the R20. It is not compatible with the zoning district itself. And a special permit can't be used as a de facto rezoning. This is pre-existing, non-conforming use and building.
You have 30
They want to change the
seconds left.
use and they want to change the building. And under Chapter 40 Mass Law, you're not allowed to do that either. And never mind with the non-use over the last few years. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone else? Yes, sir. Oh, sorry.
Good evening. My name is David Nunes. My wife and I have lived at 2 Mount Pleasant Street for over 30 years. I am here tonight to urge the zoning board to deny the applicant a special use variance to demolish the existing medical center buildings at 139 Sandwich Street and erect an unnecessary, oversized, and unwanted apartment building. Before deciding on the applicant's proposal, there are 2 legal issues which need to be addressed: the upper parking lot and Ms. Towers' right-of-way. The request to grandfather the upper parking lot for separate use to avoid compliance with zoning regulations should be denied. Adjacent lots in Massachusetts are treated as single lots under common ownership and considered merged for zoning purposes. Once merged, the land cannot be unmerged or artificially divided in order to restore older boundaries of record and obtain a grandfathered non-conforming exemption. Additionally, I spoke with Lee Hartman at the Town Planning Board about the 2-year loss of protected status by non-use bylaw. He said it does not apply to this property, including the upper parking lot. Keep in mind, no one has used the upper lot or brick medical building for over 5 years. When asked, Mr. Hartman could not provide a legal case to reference, but my understanding is the owner needs to claim hardship to retain protected status. If this is true, the owner would need to take this matter to court and get a favorable judgment. If not, both properties should be declared residential small lot zoning going forward. The zoning board does not have the legal authority to rule on these matters, or Ms. Towers' easement, without exposing the town and developer to lawsuits. For this reason, I ask the zoning board to continue this meeting until the previously mentioned legal issues have been resolved. With that said, there are several considerations the board needs to take into account. when making their decision, and the most prominent is the fact that a building this size and scope does not fit the neighborhood. The Sandwich Street side of the proposed structure looks more like a 3-story building than the 2.5-story designated height, and conceptual drawings appear to disguise the fact that the buildings tower over neighborhood residents. That has been addressed, I understand that. The frontage will increase substantially due to combining and expanding the existing building footprints, creating a relatively enormous L structure.
You have 30 seconds
The length
left.
and height of the proposed building creates other problems. The airflow will be altered, cut off from the northwest all the way to the northeast, affecting several abutters, including us. The winds give us welcome relief in the summer. Sunlight will also be blocked for some of the abutters, as well as an infringement on their privacy, with 3 stories of windows towering over their homes. Our neighborhood consists of single and 2-family dwellings, which align with the current zoning designation. The only exception is the medical center, and although the medical
Sir,
center
your
is...
time is up.
Could I just ask for a little bit more time, because you gave Dr. Gaynor's
Yes,
son
but please
5
make it-
minutes. Can I get 2 more minutes?
All right.
I'm asking for 2
I'm
more
going to ask
minutes.
the board, do you want 2 more minutes? Peter? Sure. Okay,
Thank you,
go
sir.
ahead.
Thank you very much. Our neighborhood, the only complaints I have ever had during the 32 years at my current address was when the parking lots would be swept in the spring, creating a lot of unnecessary dust. Other than that, we were happy and content knowing they were good neighbors, at least until this apartment building proposal was submitted. An oversized multifamily building wedged between single-family dwellings is not a better use of this property, and as opposed to leaving the current medical buildings intact. The medical buildings were staffed by medical professions, and their patients with children accompanied by their parents. The medical center operated 8 to 5, 5 days a week, not till 10 o'clock at night, not weekends. The parking lots were empty nights and weekends. If the board grants a variance to Mr. Veo, there will be activity 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which is more detrimental to our neighborhood than having the medical center. In addition to the upper parking lot and easement issues, Mr. Veo chose to ignore the current zoning bylaws and guidelines laid out by the ZBA, and that's why he's asking for a special use exemption. He could have easily downsized the proposed structure, which he admitted was 30 to 40% larger than the existing buildings combined. Or he could remodel and rent out the existing building, which he claims is not cost-effective. He completely ruled out full compliance with current zoning when he said there will be no single or 2-family buildings built on this site. For the record, an old Victorian house with a barn existed on the lot and abutted Pam Dandino before it was turned down to build the existing brick-faced medical center. There was a vacant lot between the Victorian home and Miss Towers' house.
Okay, sir, I'm going to stop you now. You've
I
been 5 and
understand
a
that.
half minutes.
It's just, I find it very sad that we are supposed
I
to be able to
understand,
give you.
but there are other people that would
I
like to speak.
understand that too, but as I said, it's pretty sad the day that you can't voice your concerns and express it in front of this board.
You can, and you've had more time than everybody else. Is there someone else that would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
I'm Bob Bridge. My wife Jan and I have lived in the neighborhood at 134 Sandwich Street since 1981. Our property is directly across the street from the proposed multi-story, standalone 18-unit apartment building. We believe in the neighborhood that the excavation, vibration, and use of heavy equipment could impact the historic underground streams and tributaries at that location. Currently, most of the homes on the east side of Sandwich Street and adjacent properties in that area have sump pump discharges extending from their foundations of their homes. Many of the homes have 2 or more discharge pumps. There's a long documented history of water intrusion into many of these basements. These are not speculative, they are chronic and well established in this area. The proposed apartment building will require the demolition of existing medical building, excavation of new building footprint, and site preparation. This lies in an area historically associated with underground streams, tributaries, and subsurface water movement, with flooding already affecting nearby properties. Bill Fornicari, independent correspondent for the Plymouth Independent, referenced in his 2/24/25 article some of the historic underground streams in Plymouth, listing specifically the 1672 Doughton House and vicinity. This is the direct abutter to the proposed apartment building. Any disturbance to the underground streams and tributaries will head toward the property's downslope, potentially causing the undermining of foundation, some of which is still stone and mortar. The need to dig up Water Street multiple times, due in part from unknown underground water springs that were uncovered during excavations, and the damage to surrounding properties concern us. Watching from my kitchen window the rehabilitation of Stephen Field a couple years ago, and the construction company having to pump out trenches continually, greatly concern us. What financial legal protections are in place if abutting properties experience flooding or groundwater intrusion? Who bears the responsibility for long-term monitoring, maintenance, and remediation in stormwater maintenance if the stormwater systems underperform? Prior to any approval by the board, we would request the following be performed: an independent hydrogeologic study, seasonal high ground water testing.
Sir, your time is almost up.
Almost done, sir. Groundwater mounting analysis, downhill impact modeling, and review, peer review by the town consultant. The neighborhoods believe that the proposed project will be detrimental to the neighborhood and environment. In the area with well-doctored high water table, approving this project without rigorous investigation would be premature and harmful. In order to be transparent about this, I did receive a call from Myreco regarding this matter, and they offered to put up a $5,000 water fund in case there was a broken
You're going to have to wrap it up.
Yes, I am. In case there was a damaged water pump, sump pump, or damage to our foundations. We would submit that perhaps a $200,000 escrow account be made for these potential purposes of future damage. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? All right, yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Kevin Brown. My wife and I live at 9 Whiting Street, which is kitty corner to the site.
Could you speak a little closer to the microphone?
I will try. That better?
Thank you.
My name is Kevin Brown. My wife and I live at 9 Whiting Street, which is kitty corner to the site and just up the hill. I guess I wanted to say that, we're not excited, and I don't think anyone is excited to have a construction site in our backyard, and we share traffic concerns and others with our neighbors. But I guess I have a different point of view in terms of the outcome here. We're in a residential neighborhood. We think that's very important. This area is zoned residential, but for the non-conforming use. This is a residential proposal, and I think residential use is valuable for the neighborhood. So I don't have any way to comment on appropriate density or the like, but I would be concerned about potential commercial uses that could happen if this project doesn't go through. Not to belabor it, frankly, I think this is likely the best that the neighborhood is going to receive. So I'm sure that others may disagree with that, but that's our 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'm going to close. Oh, all right, go ahead.
Paul Giardi, live on Mount Pleasant Street, directly across from the parking lot. Just one comment on your renderings. I find it interesting that the 2.5-story rendering is the same height as the 1.5-story rendering building next to it. So I think something's a little off there when you're looking at these renderings from the builders. And when the Mount Pleasant Street neighborhood was originally carved out, it consisted of homes all similar in size and scale. When a parking lot was squeezed between 2 houses, it destroyed the continuity of the neighborhood, creating an eyesore and a nuisance, and it's a nuisance to this day. We now have an opportunity to right a wrong, and this parking lot should not be grandfathered. I'm interested why it's grandfathered when it's joined to the original site, which is having major development, but the upper parking lot seems to be able to be left alone. I believe the neighborhood has done its part over the last 30 years and does not deserve to have what looks like a used car lot in its midst. The increased traffic, parking lot floodlights, constant movement, noise, car beepers, alarms, slamming doors, and especially constant headlights will be a real detriment. This will go on throughout the day and night, 7 days a week, unlike the original medical parking building that was 5 days a week, 9 to 5. It was an inconvenient eyesore, but this new plan is much too much. The other two things I wanted to mention, when the town overlaid their zoning, the planning board mentioned that they overlaid the zoning, they did not make this commercial. Therefore, it would be valuable to be residential. On the other end of Sandwich, I went and looked it up. So on the other end, the upper end of Sandwich Street, they did make them all commercial. This site, they did not. They left this R20 SL. And in the zoning bylaw, R20 SL prohibits multifamily zoning. So I don't think this should be approved in any form. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Betsy Milmore, and I live at 132.5 Sandwich Street. I just want to dovetail on Mr. Bridges' comments about the impact on the excavation and any renovation works being done. We live directly on Stevens Field, and at the time of the excavation and the renovation of that field, and I have video that I could send in to show this, the impact at our house was so intense that lamps actually fell off of tables. And during the reconstruction, our sewer pipe cracked down, directly down the middle from our house to the street. We had never had an issue with sewer before, ever. And this cost us $20,000 to fix this. So the idea that a $5,000 account or bond would be sufficient for anything that could happen during excavation, I think is vastly underrated. So that just that comment with that. And so I think there should be some bond for both flooding and for sewer pipe issues, because we had never had a problem, and it was a clear central crack down the center of the whole pipe. Then I just wanted to take the conversation a little above zoning board. I know you base everything based on regulations, but I think it's really important that we consider that there's a large master plan that's been undertaken, and the master plan has found several things that I think are pertinent to this issue before us. One is that there are more residents here currently than available jobs, with 50% of the residents currently commuting more than 25 miles to work. That was already discovered through the master plan committee. It also has found that there were two emerging needs in Plymouth, and two of those emerging needs were small office space options to support professional services and finance and insurance industry growth and medical office space. These were found by the master plan committee themselves and through the listening sessions. From 2012 to 2022, health and social services was the #1 highest growth category in Plymouth. This building is close to the hospital, and I just don't feel has been marketed correctly. The wellness field has already grown 35% in 6 years and anticipated to grow 7% in every concurrent year. And I don't think that a building open from 8 to 5 has the same impact on a neighborhood as 26 apartments with people with what will be definitely 2 cars, because any renter of a high-end rental unit is going to need 2 cars to afford the rent, which brings
30 seconds left.
Which brings us to another discovery of the Master Plan Committee, which found that 29% of Plymouth renters are not just cost-burdened, but severely cost-burdened. They are spending more than 50% of their income on housing, and this proposed project will only add to that statistic. And it's interesting that the proposal now does not include 2 affordables, just 2 affordable units that were banked, whereas the planning board meeting forwarded this proposal, and I think in large part on his agreement that 2 of the units within the proposal would be affordable. So I think there's a lot to look at beyond just the current zoning laws as well. There's a whole master plan to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. I will speak to your question about the affordable. We have a bylaw in this town that when a builder builds a project, if he can't fit the affordable on that project, he has to put it somewhere else. So Mr. Veo has some in the bank for doing that. And that's why there isn't any affordable on that particular project. There's still, the town still gets the count towards our total 10%. Okay, but ma'am, we can't debate back and forth. I just wanted the rest of the audience to know that he's not trying to get out of providing affordable housing. Is there anybody else? Yes.
My name is Judy Carr. I live at 11 Mount Pleasant Street. I abut the upper parking lot. I appreciate that Mr. Veo and Meg Ryko do beautiful work. We would prefer he have the project than a Pulte home. That being said, this project, even though it's been reduced to 26 units, is still too big for our neighborhood. And I would ask that Mr. Veo reconsider his number of 26 to perhaps 20. Could move his building away from Rebecca's house and away from Pam's house, and the parking issue would be resolved. And so would some of the other issues. Thank you.
Yes, this is going to be the last one.
My concern about this
Your
project.
name, sir?
My name is Richard Milmore.
Thank you.
My concern about this project, the traffic and physical damage to existing homes, was already been talked about, so I won't talk about that. It seems obvious there's already a traffic issue with the change of Fremont Street to one-way, and with Stevens Field losing back street cut-through for residents. Salmon Street has already seen an increase in traffic. We got all the fire, ambulance stoppage all day long. There's 2 schools within a half a mile. There's a hospital, it's the main road to downtown. There's 3 different roads that go to the highway. I mean, the traffic's crazy now. I understand the traffic study was done with the project with the town hall. It didn't include the proposed gas station convenience store expansion, which is a 24-hour 7-Eleven store, or I don't know, 11 o'clock or something. But I went over to Cumberland Farms on Samoset Street and asked them about their morning coffee service. They average 2,000 cups of coffee each morning. So this is, and that's because they're going to the highway. This is even closer to the highway. So there's going to be more people getting cups of coffee, getting their gas and everything. It's going to increase even more. You know, you got a ton of traffic going to the hospital. It's the main route downtown. People are going to be parking on Stevens Field. They did a great job, but now you're bringing the overflow parking is going to be on Stevens Field. It's too big for the area. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment now and bring it back to the board and Mr. Veo. Would you answer some of these questions, please, Mr. Veo?
I would. I'm going to go back to front here. So the traffic, I'll start with that. Vanessa and Associates, and specifically Jeff, did the traffic study for the convenience store up the street. So it is very much included in this traffic study. The comparison to Cumberland Farms on Samoset Street, I don't know what to say to that. It's ridiculous. It's not a comparison. We're talking about a tiny convenience store to a major Cumberland Farms infrastructure that they seek out in every town to be in the highest volume possible traffic point. This is not that. People are not going to flock to Sandwich Street out of their normal commuting traffic modes just because a small convenience store opened. So as far as that goes, that is a non-starter completely. Going down to 20 units, I'm just backing through these comments of what I wrote down. Going down to 20 units just isn't financially viable. That's the bottom line. I started at 33. I've tried to go down as low as we possibly can for 2 reasons. One, because I want to see this approved and I don't want to see a 40B or some sort of rehab center or even a wellness center on this site. I don't want it to go back to the existing use, because at that, the traffic, we keep talking about traffic and how this shouldn't be done for traffic. This use is half the traffic of going with its existing use or a similar office medical use. Half the traffic, according to the traffic engineer study that was approved by the DPW. So traffic is not an issue. Going down to 20 isn't financially viable. The affordable units that we banked, the planning board was very clear on that, because that was the board that banked our units. We've built more voluntary affordable units in the town of Plymouth over the last 8 years than all other developers combined. So I'm very familiar with the affordable units and how they're banked and how we use them. We have them banked because we've been a great neighbor to Plymouth and building as many affordable units as we can. Again, more than all others combined. The marketing of the building is saying it could be used as medical or something. The marketing was not right. We use the best real estate agents on the South Shore. There's no gray area to that. The marketing was spot on. It's not usable for medical office because just what Mr. Gaynor said, that's not where the industry is right now. We can just say that it was off. It's not off. It's spot on. Excavation impacts to neighbors. That's always a possibility under any construction project. I have our structural engineer here that can speak to that at the end if the board would like him to. But we're very confident. We've built in the downtown area for 12 years now. We've had a couple of projects that someone had some minor cracks that we've gone over and looked at and said, yep, could have happened, and we've addressed them. I'll go through some mitigation points at the end of what we would plan to do in relation to that. The streetscape. The streetscape right now along Sandwich Street ranges from one-level homes to 2.5 to 3-story homes and buildings, all up and down Sandwich Street. It is not a streetscape that's just small single-family ranches or raised ranches going down that road. There are multi-families, there are 3-story or 2.5, 2 3/4 story homes all the way up and down there. Water, in relation to water. It was mentioned that, I offered out $5,000. So that was a little out of context. There was a discussion about the water and the potential of the water coming across the street or rerouting underground streams for the houses directly across the street. In the conversation that I had with Mr. Bridge, who is directly across the street, I said we would probably be willing to set up an account so that if someone had sump pump issues or increased water or whatever, they could put in larger sump pumps, that type of thing. I'll go through the details of that in a minute. But just to be clear, and I think Mr. Conroy pointed this out at our last hearing, not regarding this project, that the board considers the DPW their go-to source. They rely on them heavily as to vet the plans that are submitted and make sure they adhere to DEP and stormwater management. The DPW has signed off on this. We cannot allow any water to leave the site. Right now, the way the project sits, water lands on the site at 135, 139 Sandwich and cascades down the sheet of pavement out to Sandwich and into all the abutters' yards and homes. That's the way it works right now. Once our project is finished, that's completely eliminated. I'll use the example of 132 and 134 Court. I think at that hearing, Mr. Conroy, again, voiced some concerns because of history in the neighborhood or down on Murray Street of flooding. I think you actually voted against the project for that reason. And since that project was completed, I have actually had neighbors across the street come to me and say, we have no more water problems. Why? Because it was an old site and all the water that landed on the site ran down to the street and directly across the street and into their basements and right down Murray Street and et cetera, et cetera. So we're not allowed to let it run off. So we don't expect increased water problems. Can I guarantee a stream will not get redirected? I can't. I can't guarantee anything of nature. But again, I'll go through some mitigation efforts in a little bit. I'm just looking at what I want to, so there was a discussion of that plans weren't offered out and there was no other discussion on things. We offered out several meetings, one as early as last week. It was canceled because, as I was told by the person I was speaking to as the representative of the neighbors, that they'd kind of take their chances with the ZBA. They didn't want to discuss it anymore. And I, at that point, gave up trying. I had offered out multiple meetings. I've had multiple phone calls. I've offered to discuss things, and I haven't been able to really get anywhere. 131 Sandwich, the easement we're talking about. We have done extensive legal research on our title and 131 Sandwich title. There is no easement on any of the titles. In addition to that, that is a civil issue. It has nothing to do with the ZBA. If you approve this project and someone decides to, we're going to get into a $100,000 3-year legal suit over the easement or non-easement, that's fine, but it's not really a ZBA issue. Yeah, it's easy to sit there and comment on stupid stuff instead of just coming up and having real comments or real discussions. No, you're talking about trees on Mount Pleasant Street. Grow up. Anyway, as far as 131 Sandwich Street, we offered out in the representative we talked to, the representative that we talked to for 131 Sandwich Streets, that we have been more than willing to discuss potential access to the gate or how you could access the backyard, the fact that we would have a structural engineer assess the foundation, make sure there'd be no issues. But again, the person I talked to, and this was your representative, told me,
Say, whoa.
It was the
Stop
letter
right now.
you sent. Okay. Anyway, the representative of the person at 131 Sandwich Street, in the documentation that was sent to the town hall, we called that person. We had a 20-minute discussion with them. And Mark, can you concur on that? We did. And they said they weren't interested in discussing any of that. So I don't know where to go with that. 143 Sandwich, and this is the last of the comments before I'll zip back to the PowerPoint. The driveway separation and the crash, I'm sure you could go up and down Sandwich Street and find crashes all the time. The crash that was referenced was a specific drunk driver, had nothing to do with driveway separation whatsoever. The transformer that would now be there beside that would be surrounded by bollards and would actually provide additional protection in that instance. So if I go to project mitigation efforts. We've taken the project from 33 units down to 26. We've reduced the height. It says 8 feet. That's supposed to be 6 feet from the original architectural design. The streetscape modifications to allow for more large landscape plantings in front and that setback to better conform to the streetscape. Architectural changes from the original design to better conform to the adjacent homes. Parking reduced from existing to allow for more open and green space. Upper parking lot to be heavily landscaped and front fenced at the street entrance so that the only exposure to the neighbor across the street would be the actual driveway. All parking spaces to be assigned to tenants, so they're not having random spaces and trying to figure out where they're parking. All parking spaces to be 10 feet wide, some equipped with electrical charges. Additional large trees added to the perimeter for neighborhood screening. Fencing to be varied to accommodate neighbors' particular concerns, either short fence, tall fence, solid fence, open fence. My thought process there is that immediate abutter might want a tall fence and it to be solid, but the ones up on the hill behind might want a shorter fence so that they can still see over, but no one can see up into their yard. Exterior and interior security cameras, which is something we do on all our properties. tenant screening, which we do extensively on all our properties. Groundwater monitoring well to be installed, which we did the same thing at 134 Court during construction. Establish a mitigation account of $15,000 for documented water increases for the homes immediately across the street, 134 to 140. This isn't going to be $200,000. It isn't to rebuild the entire foundation. It's simply, if you are getting more water and you document that, this might be a way to install new pumps or, et cetera, change some drainage out front, whatever. But again, we are 100% confident that that's not going to be the case because we expect the water to substantially improve. Foundation assessment and video structural engineer of Sandwich Street homes immediately adjacent. So that would be the north and the south. I believe that would be 131, and I guess it's 143. That structural engineer would come in, make a video of the foundation, assess where it stands now, monitor that throughout construction, and if there are any changes, be able to help mitigate that. The mitigation account of $20,000 to establish for documented structural changes. Again, we've had, I think, one instance of this, and it was at 134. And if you were to call Dr. Stillman, the veterinarian beside there, they said they had a couple of cracks. It looked like something shifted. We went in. We said, yep, you did. We fixed it, and that was the end of it. Working with neighbors for with neighbor, meaning 131, for non-vehicle access to the rear yard, as again I had offered before. Adhere to town construction hours and continuous monitoring of erosion control. So we're trying to throw out as much as possible to make this a feasible project. I think you've heard from some people that they don't want anyone else doing it. Well, it has to be financially viable to do it, and that's why we've proposed it in its present state. If it's not approved, then as you've heard from Mr. Gaynor, that that family needs to pursue other options. More than happy to answer any other questions the board has or any of the professionals that are here as well.
Yep. Rob, can you go up to the microphone, sir? So in all of the documents, the planning board, the engineering department, looked at Mark's plans. I don't reference any easement or right of way.
Is there referencing the abutter at 131?
Yes. Is there an easement or a right of way?
Not that I could find. We did a pretty thorough, put back 100+ years on the title to 135, 139, and 131 last week, and didn't find anything.
So we acknowledge that if there is a right of way, or there is an easement, the abutter has standing to overturn this immediately. So from my board, or our board, excuse me, is that we represent of what's provided us. I look at what the engineering department says. I look at what the planning board says. And on the record, I see no right of way given to me. And if there is a right of way out there, you folks have a great cause of action right away. Because all of what's been provided is that there is no right of way, there is no easement. So my decision is based on there being no right of way, because I have to go by what is in writing. I'm a lawyer. You go by what's in writing. You don't go by what people say ever. Just like you don't trust anybody. You only trust people.
You don't trust me?
You have a house in front of your own house. So bottom line, from my perspective, we have an attorney saying there's no right of way. I don't see it in any of the paperwork. That would be a game changer. There would be a game changer. But as of right now, nothing has been presented. So my decision is based on the evidence presented. So thank you very much, Rob.
Any other questions? Yes, David.
I have a legal question, and an architectural request. So the legal question is, as I read everything and I looked at the zoning and 2039-C about moving from pre-existing non-conforming to another one, when I read about, or the planned demolition, I am wondering if with buildings being demolished rather than renovated, does that, the fact that they're being demolished, take away their sort of protection or the opportunity to be reused as non-conforming? The language doesn't say that, but it seems to me, because it's so clear, the underlying zoning is R20SL, that when you demolish buildings, it sort of reboots back to what the zoning, the underlying zoning is, because you've demolished the building. If you are renovating it or putting an addition on it and changing its use, non-conforming to non-conforming, it's the same building. But the fact that you're raising the building, I guess, does the non-conform go use to use and not the building? I mean, it was something that I wondered about. So
We have done it before, where they've raised the building and you still kept the non-conformity.
okay, well, anyway, so
I'm happy to speak to it if you,
yes, and there's the 2-year protection.
would you like me to speak to it, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, and then I have a second question, it's architectural.
Sure. So the heading of 2039C, for what it's worth, I think informs this a bit. Pre-existing non-conforming uses and structures, expansion or alteration. So the bylaw itself contemplates an alteration or expansion. I think that probably more to the point here is we're not seeking relief under 2039C for a non-conforming structure. It's a non-conforming use, right? So the use is non-conforming, current use, and we're proposing a new non-conforming use. It's really not a structural. It would be a different situation, you know, potentially if we had too much lot coverage, you know, and we were coming in under 2039C saying, okay, we want to, you know, have a gross floor area that exceeds what's permitted under the zoning bylaw. So again, we're primarily under use, but I can tell you that I've presented to this board multiple times where we've raised and rebuilt under 2039C. So it is this board's practice to utilize the bylaw in that fashion.
Okay, and the related thing is 2039C says it can't be the substantive change substantially more detrimental. And this comes to my architectural question, which is looking at, that's why I asked about the square footage of the new building. According to the assessor's records, the existing building is 13,051 feet. Going to 25,000 feet is doubling the square footage on the site. And I also am concerned about the height in that, you know, Mark said that the brick building, the existing one is, he guessed 30. It looks lower than that to me. I was glad to see the revised architecture going down to 30, but I think the brick building is lower than that. So between the square footage and the height, you know, it's possible, you know, by the way, I'm supportive of the use going to residential and stuff, but I just think the new building is potentially bigger in footprint and bigger in presentation at the street. And one of the things I'd like to see, if this is continued, but I'm just speaking as one member here, ask the architect to do an elevation of the building showing 2 or 3 buildings to the right and 2 or 3 buildings to the south to in fact see what the relationship of the new building is versus the old building, or even just overlay the elevation of the brick building on your proposed building to see if in fact it is the new building, as handsome as it is, which it is in fact, you know, taller and making a higher mass presenting to the street. So I'm just concerned about the square footage as a you know, significant increase in, you know, what's on the site, and then the elevations.
So, my answer to that would be, it is an increase. There's no question about it. Do I think it's more detrimental? No. I don't think there's any argument to make that this building is more detrimental than the medical building that is completely out of place on that street, anywhere near downtown Plymouth, historic downtown Plymouth, and in that neighborhood. The new building architecturally fits into the neighborhood. It is taller. There's no question about that. But it doesn't, it's in no way, in my opinion, substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. And there are so many benefits to the residential, to the reduction in asphalt, to the increase in green space, to the increase in landscaping out front of this building, to adding much needed housing. I want to jump to the next slide for a second. This shows some of the densities that I think there's one project on here we didn't do. No, two. If you go down to the bottom, 139 Sandwich is what we're talking about. It's 21 units per acre. Everyone basically agreed that the Mount Pleasant School was a great project, had no impact on the neighborhood. I would challenge anyone that's anywhere in our vicinity to say we're any type of a bad neighbor, there's been any security issues, anything. It's first-class project and has got to be one of the best-looking properties in the entire neighborhood. That had, when you factor in the office space, and that's not even factoring all the traffic that goes in and out for our subcontractors, et cetera, we're 19 units per acre. This is 21. We're talking about literally the same thing 300 feet up the street, and everyone was thrilled with it. This thing has grown just out of proportion in the opposition to it, and I'm not sure why. When you start looking at other projects and their impacts on the neighborhood and the actual benefits, I would, again, challenge anyone that lives around the Mount Pleasant School to give me one reason why that project wasn't a much better than the use that was there. And I feel this exact same way about 139 Sandwich.
No. Whoa, stop, please. Mr. Veo, let me ask you a question. You talked about some of the infrastructure in that project. And you said that, because Mike and I talked about that this morning, you were going to put charging stations in. How expensive are those?
They're very expensive. We typically, what we do at the apartment complexes is, because quite frankly, there's no demand for them right now. So what we do is we try to make certain spaces ready, right? We'll run the infrastructure out. As we start getting the demand, we'll add them. It's not like someone going to their house and plugging in one. They have to put in a credit card. They're paying bills to do it as opposed to getting absorbed into their electric bill. So they're just not that popular.
It brings me to my second question. If you have no tenants that are using that, is that in a place where public can use it?
No. Our parking lots are complete. It's one of the benefits to the neighborhood is that we don't allow transient parking. During the parade, it's not going to be filled. It's very much towed. Every resident has to have a tag. It's assigned parking. We actually make it so our tenants, if they pull in and someone is in their space, they can have them towed. They just call the number and have the car towed if they don't have the tag. So we're very, very strict about how the parking goes. But the charging stations are very difficult right now because, if you tie up 6 spaces with them and no one will park there if they don't have an electric car, obviously, and now you have 6 spaces that are sitting there. So we make them ready, and then as we get more and more tenants, we can add them. We started doing that several projects ago.
Yes.
Jason, can you weigh in on the non-conforming 2-year issue?
To the best of my knowledge, there's been a doctor operating in the right side buildings that use has been continuous. It's not been abandoned.
Thank you.
That was discussed specifically before we made a determination.
Okay, great, thank you.
Anyone else? Have you anything else you would like to add, Mr. Veo?
We're glad you're talking to your potential future neighbors, but
But,
maybe we could do it.
but the question
But I'm
was,
encouraged to see you chatting.
do you have anything else that you would like to add? Mr. D'Ambrosio, do you have anything? Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board for board deliberation only. Mr. Peck.
So it's a hard call for me. I mean, it's my preferred use. It's a good-looking building, but I think it's just too big for that site, so I would not support it.
Peter. Oh, that's right, too. Michael?
I'm in full support of it. I think it's more in character with the neighborhood as far as being residential versus, commercial, doctor's offices or whatever. And it could be worse uses going in there. I think he's done a good job. I looked at the plan. I'm gonna approve it myself.
Okay, Kevin.
Well, as somebody who went to that building as a child and who brought my children there, sorry to see that it couldn't stay as a medical building. I think it's a good use. I'm glad to see you're chatting with your neighbors, and I'm hoping that you can get that easement issue resolved.
So what's your vote, Kevin?
I will take that vote.
All right. So if in my presented materials, I was provided evidence of a right-of-way or an easement, I would be voting against this project. So I have not been presented that. So the question is, I look at it, is it more detrimental than the existing use of the neighborhood? We have a doctor's office that my children went there also. And I think with all due respect, that I think it's kind of a currently ugly building. Sorry, I don't think it's that pretty of a building currently. Who am I? I think that the new residence is better for the neighborhood. So I'm going to go vote in favor of this project. And if I was a tenant or if I was a neighbor that could prove a right of way, I would march into court. So I'm voting in favor of this.
Before we go any further, I want every board member to look at the conditions.
Well, you haven't.
And I don't have to.
Okay, fine. Well, one thing I do want from you guys, this is 24 units now?
26.
26 units, okay, so 26 and 2 offsite.
How many times you gotta tell you?
Okay.
26.
Yeah.
So, I would like every board member to take a look at the conditions.
So the $20,000 escrow, that's not in the condition?
No.
No.
No, it's not in there, but we could put it
I
in,
think it should
but
be in there.
5,000.
And so the 20,000 and there's a 5,000, that's two separate escrows? Or is it the 20,000 for because the 5,000 was spoken about, but then there was a 20,000. I just want to make sure that we get it right.
I don't know.
Can we ask?
So I'm not sure how to put that into a condition, because that's something that has to get worked out with those specific neighbors and how that escrow is going to be released and what documentation has to be put forward.
So you can do that all at the pre-construction meeting? All that information?
I don't know that that's something the building department is going to want to get into monitoring. What I was going to suggest is that I think we're a pretty upstanding developer, and we work that out with the neighbors that are there. Honestly, the water issue and the things we've talked about, I think it would be apparent to the board that the DPW has ruled that that's not going to be an issue, and it shouldn't be a requirement on us. We're offering it out, trying to help the neighbors.
So say you offer it up, so we offer it up. And just 1 second, sir, I'm talking. So we're in deliberations here. We're trying to make a decision. So it's between us, not to be rude. So if we don't put it in the conditions,
Then it's
you can
hearsay.
you can just say,
No, I
sorry,
get
Charlie.
it. I
Sorry,
get what
Charlie,
you're
I'm not-
saying. It's
I-
just very difficult to put those, as being an attorney, obviously, of how
Yeah,
does that
no,
get
what you
spelled
do
out?
is you put it in writing, you put it in a condition.
That will establish, I guess you'd have to say
and
parameters to be worked out between developer and neighbors, because we're not putting any parameters on it.
So maybe we make it, Rob, want to make a parameter right now? Why don't you get up there, Rob? So we had $20,000 in a escrow held by you folks, by the builder, and if a neighbor, if a neighbor can show before and after problems, he'll fix it.
So if I may, just to kind of offer some verbiage to the board, how about, Meg Ryko, Rick, tell me if you don't agree. Meg Ryko will establish a segregated account, segregated non-interest bearing account with the amount of $20,000 at the commencement of construction, to be available to compensate abutters for, proven damages.
Or it can be interest bearing where you get the interest.
Sure.
The $20,000 was specific to 131 and 143 immediate abutters, because there was concern of foundations. The $15,000 that we said regarding the water was for 132 to 130, to 134 to 1, I have to go back to my notes, 134 to 140 Sandwich, which is directly across the street. So
Whoa, 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 whoa. Yes, go ahead.
I've got to look at it. Yeah, 134 to 140, which was directly across the street from.
So you're saying that you're gonna put $15,000 in an escrow account in case there needs to be mitigation for those properties?
Create.
And then $20,000 in another account?
Correct.
For mitigation for the two abutters?
Right. One was specific to water, sump pump issues, that type of thing.
Right.
One was specific to foundation cracks, adjustments, that type of thing.
And that was the ones across the street?
Water is across the street, foundation is north and south.
Hey, stop! We're trying to do something here, and I'll call the police and have you escorted out if you do it again. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was it. Again, what parameters we put on that, how we do that, what's an issue, what's not an issue, I don't know. I mean, we've never done that in the past because honestly, we've never had a neighbor ask for it. If a neighbor called with an issue, we went and fixed it, and that was the end of it.
I'm trying to nail down because
No, I get
all
it.
of this
I
board
get it.
has worked with you many times. And some of the people in the audience don't know that we've worked with you. And we've put conditions on this man that no other builder has ever had put on him, and he's lived with them. So what I'm trying to do now is assure all of you folks that if he says he's going to put money aside for certain things, I want the abutters, the people out here to know that that money will be available. If we keep getting interrupted, we can't finish this, and we're trying to do that. We're trying to protect you folks. Excuse me.
You gotta gavel.
I'm going to take a vote now.
First of all, Jason, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that I appreciate that the board has concerns over abutters, and wants to do everything they can to try and protect the residents that are adjacent to the property, but Given the topic of discussion, it's highly unusual for a town to maintain a fund for individual private civil matters. And then who would mitigate that? Who decides if the cracks are from the neighbor's project or not? And so I would say that the Inspectional Services Department is not prepared in any way to perform those services for the Zoning Board of Appeals.
I think what he's proposing is something that has nothing to do with your department or anything. A fund he's willing to put aside that if people have a complaint, they know there's money there to fix it. I don't think that he's trying to get you per se involved.
No, understood, but if you look at the structure of a special permit, Inspectional Service is the enforcing and authorized agency or entity to make sure that your decision is followed. So if it's
Yeah.
incorporated into your decision, we are responsible.
Yeah.
And so I'd highly encourage you not to incorporate civil matters into your decision. That's all.
I understand that part. So let's take a vote and,
Well, first of all, we gotta look at the rest of the conditions,
Yeah.
because I think 9 should be removed.
I've only got
10
8 here.
10 is a statement of facts, I don't care. We could remove it. 11 needs to be removed, and 12.
Yeah,
And I don't know what the heck 13 is.
I've got
Yeah.
9 through 13 to be removed because none of them are pertinent.
And I'm not even sure what 13 implies, but I keep
Nor do
looking at
I.
it. One,
Nor do I. So we're going to go with 8 conditions?
8 conditions, and now, Ed, how do you feel? On
Jason just said that I think we have to go by always what Jason says.
Okay.
Yeah, if he can, if we put it in there, he has to enforce it, and they
So-
don't enforce money things like
So what I'm going to suggest is at that pre-maintenance meeting, Rick, you work with the neighbors and have it outside of this decision, because I have to go by what Jason says, that he's the enforcement person.
All right.
All
We
right,
have-
so I'm gonna make a motion. Gonna make a motion, we approve case number 4195 with the 8 conditions listed,
Give I a
and
second.
26 units.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right. I have a motion before the board to approve case 4195 with 8 conditions. All of those in favor. It is 4 to 1. Right. So we have a 4 to 1 vote and 4 to 1. In zoning, it would have to be 4 to 1 to be approved, and this board has just approved that. And with that, I tell you all that we have one more little bit of board stuff to go through tonight, but the public part of this hearing is closed. Do you see what time it is?
You were doing so good.
What?
I know.
Enough is enough.
I know.
I'm up at 4:30. Yeah. At 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm in the shower. And the coffee machine's heating up. Yeah,
Now I can't find.
I don't care. We'll just ask Denise. Folks, we still have some stuff to do here. Where are the minutes? Are they at the end?
I make a motion, we approve the minutes of October 20.
I second the motion.
Do what?
Approve them.
I said I make a motion, we approve the minutes of October 20.
I.
All 6 pages.
She was home for a while.
Yeah.
We've moved to approve the minutes. Okay. Of October 20th. Peter?
Seconded. There were some other seconds too.
Okay, all those in favor? The minutes have been approved. I await the board's pleasure. Is there a second? All those in favor? We are officially adjourned. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.